Lancaster, and I encourage all of you to learn more about this really important work in our community. And now I would like to invite the folks from Penn Medicine LGH to come forward. I'd also like to invite members of our own team. We have Leilani Tran here, our police social worker. We have Sharon Allen Span, also from our Bureau of Human Resources, to accept this proclamation and offer just a few brief words about the work that's happening within the city of Lancaster.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor, for your leadership and commitment to becoming a trauma-informed city. I'm Alice Yoder. I'm the Executive Director of Community Health at Penn Medicine, Lancaster General Health, and just really excited about the work that's happening in the area of trauma, particularly in the city. This proclamation is just one example of the commitment Lancaster City is building a stronger, more equitable trauma response community. On a regular basis, I hear the Penn Medicine Lancaster General Health team talk about how engaged city departments have been. We are fortunate to have on the LGH side Melanie Snyder, who's here with us this evening, and Mary Lavasser-Dorman on the LGH team, who are specially trained to teach and train and develop policies and systems related to trauma-informed, and are very excited to work with a very engaged city department and many people from the community. We will continue to provide training on the impact of the positive and adverse childhood experiences and what they have on overall health and well-being. The steps our organization can take on the path to becoming trauma-informed, because this is not a one-time event, it's not just a training and we're done. It's a journey that we need to be on and build together. We were fortunate enough to do a lot of this work because we received a grant from the state in order to do this, based on the outstanding commitment that they've seen from the city prior to actually implementing a formal agreement between Penn Medicine and Lancaster General Health in order to do this work. To deepen the commitment moving forward, we look forward to strengthening the policies and practices with the city of Lancaster, because we believe that is what the sustainability will be. So it's one thing to increase awareness so people understand what adverse childhood experiences, the impact it can have on an individual, a family, and a community. It's another thing for the city to take action and actually change the way you do things to become trauma-informed. So that's a lot of the work that's been done, and we're looking forward particularly to working more closely with the Office of Neighborhood Engagement, as training will be expanded to the neighborhoods. I'm honored to be here today with all of you to work together to make Lancaster County a place where people can feel supported in the journey to optimal physical and mental health. Shifting our thinking from the approach, with our approach to people, from one that is what's wrong with you to what happened to you. Thank you.
Good evening, councilors and mayor and members of the public. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. My name is Sharon Allen Span, and I am the Leadership Development and Diversity Manager, and just would like to offer a few comments. Trauma-informed community development is a framework that establishes and promotes resilient healing and healthy communities so that people can be healthy enough to sustain opportunity and realize their potential. The City of Lancaster is working to increase equity by offering trauma-informed training in partnership with Penn Medicine, as you heard Alice Yoder reference, to our city staff. 4 departments have already had all of their employees trained in trauma-informed practices. The concept of trauma-informed principles are being introduced at the city staff onboarding day as well, known as the Red Rose Academy, in an effort to institutionalize this model across the city. And I am pleased to introduce Leilani Tran, who is our Police Bureau social worker, to tell you more about what's happening in the Police Bureau.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here to speak. So I started my position in 2019 and quickly realized that our officers experience a lot of trauma as well as the residents in the city who have a lot of trauma. And during this time, I spoke to many members of the Bureau what training they received and quickly learned that it was just not enough. So in the year 2021, I was fortunate to meet Melanie Snyder with Penn Medicine and became a trauma-informed trainer through SAMHSA, where this work is going to begin, and our efforts are to have 100% of our Bureau staff trained and trauma-informed. So for our community, we're in the process of creating a survey with Penn Medicine to evaluate our customer service initiatives under the guidelines of trauma-informed practices. Several city staff have been selected to attend the Trauma Informed Institute hosted at Duskin University this summer to increase our tools and services for our community, and we look forward to sharing with you our progress moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sirachi. Mr. Harris, do we have any others?
Yes, we do, Madam Vice President. Now we have Council Resolution Number 41. A resolution of the Council of the City of Lancaster recognizing Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and the contributions which Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have made to the City of Lancaster.
I'll hear a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. This resolution came up through the Committee of the Whole, and Councilor Diaz, I understand that you have someone to introduce this evening for this.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
If it's okay, I can't see him. Ole, if you'd like to come up and say a few words to City Council and the community?
I'm going to pass it on to Carlo. This is his first opportunity to be in council chamber, so I want to let him know.
That's great. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for having everyone here. Yeah, so I'm not officially a member of Lancaster City, or a resident of Lancaster City. I live in Conestoga, but I did live in Lancaster City in 2008, and I do consider the city to be my home. I work here, and this is the community that I interact with the most, and just love it here. So, yeah, to be 100% honest, I did not know this was happening today. Me speaking up here or the proclamation recognition. I was talking to Ole on the phone probably about 30 minutes ago, and he said, hey, you should really come down. And I had my daughter, Sage, right over there. You can stand up if you want, honey. So I had my daughter with me, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to just kind of involve her and have an instance and a memory she could talk about kind of, her identity, I'm in an interracial marriage, so a lot of the times in our family and our household and things like that, I wouldn't call it the burden of culture, but the responsibility of teaching and passing on culture kind of falls on me. So I thought this would be a great opportunity to bring her here. She doesn't quite 100% understand what it is, but I hope one day she'll be able to look back and say, thank you, Dad, for bringing me here to this council meeting and having that little memory so that she can build on it forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and sir, really quickly before you sit down, would you mind just coming back and just giving your name for the record? Thank you.
George Carlo Gesner.
Thank you. I didn't want to stop you. You had good momentum there. All right. Are there any other council comments on the resolution?
If I may,
Yes.
Councilor Becky. Basically honoring the Asian community and engaging in celebration, being an acknowledgeable understanding of the month, and provides perfect opportunity to learn more about the Asian Pacific Islanders that have contributed in our country in many shapes and forms, whether it's being a doctor, researcher, scientist, taking photos, having wonderful food, and enjoying their different activities, whether it's a religious activity or just having a fest. It's really important for us to honor them as well because they are part of our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Diaz. Any other council comments? Comments on the resolution from the public? Hearing none. Mr. Harris?
Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Vacay?
Aye.
Mr. Gillespie?
Aye.
Ms. Gregg?
Aye.
Ms. Diaz?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And Councilor Diaz, I do have a presentation copy if you'd like to make a presentation.
Sure.
Now that it's official.
We have the gentleman with the beautiful
Thank you all very much for being here. Right. And Mr. Harris, do we have any further resolutions of recognition?
Yes, we do. Next, we have Council Resolution Number 46. A resolution of the Council of the City of Lancaster celebrating National Public Works Week in commemoration of the tens of thousands of men and women in North America and in the City of Lancaster who provide and maintain the infrastructure and services collectively known as public works.
I'll hear a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and this was introduced through the Public Works Committee. Councilor Walsh.
Thank you. So for this National Public Works Week, I believe this year's theme is ready and resilient, and I can absolutely say that the Public Works team is always at the ready to serve our city, and their resilience has certainly been tested the past 2 years. Our Public Works team, if you don't know the expanse of what they do, I had to write everything down because otherwise I wouldn't remember it. So our city's infrastructure services such as transportation, water, wastewater, stormwater, our public buildings, parks, emergency management, and many more things so that we can live and work in this city very safely. So I just want to thank Director Campbell and your team for your hard work, and I would welcome you up to speak on behalf of your team as well.
Thank you very, very much. We tremendously appreciate not only the recognition of National Public Works Week, but the recognition of the more than 200 people that are in our Public Works Department who every day come to the streets, to the parks, to the facilities, and to the ready and to the answer of the questions, needs, and challenges of the public in the city of Lancaster. We're not always the most popular group in the city. Many of the issues that will be raised tonight will attest to how controversial many of these things are, but I think to a certain extent, the extent to which we are touching everybody positively, negatively, questioning, etc., is part of that attestation. We are dedicated to your quality of life, and often that quality of life is at cross purposes or is perceived to be at cross purposes. But we are very much dedicated to working strongly with and educating the public as to what we do, why we do it, how we do it. There are a few opportunities during Public Works Week, which is the week of May 15th through the 21st. Is this a good time to be able to indicate a few of the activities that will be going on? The Sunday, May 15th is the commencement of Public Works Week, and it'll start off with a game at the Barnstormers Stadium in commemoration of Public Works Week. Then on May 16th, we are actually doing a tour with fourth graders from Carter McRae at Culleton Park to show not only the variety of things that we do there in terms of recreation, but in terms of stormwater management, etc. On Tuesday, during market time, many members of our variety of bureaus and offices, from solid waste, wastewater, water, stormwater, and green infrastructure, will be at Market Square, at Central Square during market period, so that while you're out there getting your foods and whatever on market day, join us at Central Square and learn a little bit more about what Public Works does, why we do it, how we do it. May is also National Bike Week, National Bike Month. And in fact, on Thursday, the 19th, we're going to have a bike tour in the evening from 5 to 6 around the city to highlight DPW infrastructure that is also open to the public. And then last but certainly not least, among a variety of other things that are going on May 20th, which is National Bike to Work Day, we encourage everybody to get on their bikes and go to work, to school, to wherever they're going by bicycle, enjoy some of our early bicycling infrastructure, and hopefully over the course of the next several years, we'll have significantly more of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Campbell.
Yes, our Public Works Department certainly deserves that round of applause. Are there any other council comments on the resolution? And comments on the resolution from the public? Hearing none. Mr. Harris?
Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Beque?
Aye.
Mr. Gillespie?
Aye.
Ms. Craig?
Aye.
Ms. Diaz?
Aye.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And again, resolution number 47, if you're following your agenda, has been moved to next week's, the meeting on the 24th, our next meeting. That takes us to the first public comment period. This public comment period is reserved for residents that have called ahead to the city clerk to be put on the agenda. Again, just a few reminders. We ask that you always begin your comments with your name and your block of residence. This is for the record of the meeting. And your comments are limited to 3 minutes or less in length. I do understand we have several, and I will try to be a very good timekeeper and give you just a warning at 2.5 minutes so that you have the ability to sort of wrap up your thought and that you don't get cut off. So I'll do my best to manage that. Do we have any public comment periods this evening? Public comments this evening?
We do. First is Miguel Ravenswood.
Good evening.
Just let me. All right. So my name's Miguel. I come from the 300 block of Nevin Street, and I come before you today. So just like in the Resolution 47, there was actually a very recent Supreme Court case decided about a month ago, 8-1, against a Puerto Rican U.S. citizen who moved from Puerto Rico to the States in 1980, worked for over 30 years, became unable to work, had to collect SSI benefits, and then as soon as he moved back, he was sued for overpayment, even though they kept on sending him checks. And just like the reaction with that recent Supreme Court case, I was infuriated by it. For some time now, I've noticed that there's this statue in Buchanan Park commemorating the Spanish-American War, which is the war that started Puerto Rico as well as several Pacific islands such as Guam and American Samoa. The U.S.'s, I guess you could, just to be more honest about it, the way it's colonial experiment essentially, where they could just decide anything they want for the territories. To be more specific, you find in a 2005 task force report, there was actually a mention, a presidential task force actually stated bluntly that the U.S. territories could be ceded to any other nation. Just simply there. And we're talking about territories, especially in Puerto Rico, with over 3 million U.S. citizens. So I find that especially egregious coming from, my parents both from the islands. One of them, Maunabo, Puerto Rico, the other one, Ponce. And I know the city obviously can't do much about something like that, but at the very least, as a show that as a show of what we are about as a community, a diverse community that I've grown to love over the years, I would like to ask the city council if they could start the process of tearing down that statue, or if there's anything that I can do on my end, like to start that process. I would very much like to do so, and I just wanted to know what can be done about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ravenswood. I appreciate it. Pardon me. Do we have any other public comments this evening?
We do. Next is Bob Seufert.
Good evening.
Can we hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
My name's Bob Seufert, lived on Marietta Avenue. Mayor Sirachi and City Council, I don't even know if I should be addressing this to City Council, but it has to do with the new sidewalk program that the city has come up with for homeowners that have gotten notices on their property to redo their concrete sidewalk. I'm included in that, so there's a plus there. I've been a concrete contractor and a general contractor in Lancaster for 45 years. The bigger jobs, 300 square feet, 200 square feet. We can compete with the city contractor's price, and I would have to say the city contractor's prices are pretty good, considering they have to pay prevailing wage, I assume. Where the conflict arises is in the waiving of the fee, permit fee for $205. The conflict arises on smaller jobs, 20 square feet. One today, a friend of mine wants to do, it's 18 square feet. That's about the size of 3 of the back of those chairs. I don't even want to do the job, but I'm there on Pershing Avenue, and we have an opportunity to get the job done. And I think that's what you want. You want the job done. I've had a lot of interest from people, Pershing Avenue, 4th Street, Buchanan Avenue, Race Avenue. So my suggestion to your program, since it's a pilot program, can still be changed, waive the $205 permit fee for anyone that received the notice, not just someone that uses the city contractor. Seems to me, looking at the program, that the city loses a little bit of money on every job. Anyhow, that is what I'd like to see. I might have a second option of waiving the permit fee on jobs of 120 square feet or 150 square feet.
30 seconds,
Where-
Mr. Seufert.
I'm sorry?
Oh, that was your 30 seconds. Go ahead.
On the jobs of that size, we can compete, probably save the homeowner money, and then the job is done. It's off your books. Your inspectors don't have to worry about it anymore. Anyhow, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seufert. Mr. Harris, do we have others?
Next is Ivan Acosta-Velez.
Good evening, Mr. Acosta-Velez.
You're saying my name?
Yes.
I was going to say, don't take my point. My name is Ivan Acosta-Velez. I'm from the beautiful island of Puerto Rico, and I used to teach English in Willow Street Tech. And the reason I turn like that is from Puerto Rico. When you get people with the back, I don't know, I feel comfortable. So please pardon me. Okay, my thing is, whereas we have a very high level of homelessness, we have all this structure, what money are we using from the COVID to challenge this? Because we can talk and put up posters and stuff, and I'm going to tell you my experience. And if I go over, please pardon me. I'll make it up later. Listen, I had someone I call crisis intervention. They were drunk. These people had a party. He decided to take his personal, out, We brought them to the hospital. In the emergency room, there's someone here from Penn. Where are you? Did you leave? Okay. They could not help this guy to get help. We have a big hospital there. We have a big hospital there. He's homeless. We're throwing people out back into the street where I go downtown, and it breaks my heart. Secondly, whereas we get all this money, what are we doing? Covering a deficit? We need to work with the homelessness, because if not, it's going to get better. Not structure. I like the structure. Don't get me wrong. Structure is good. But where are we getting help? If you need help, where are you getting? Someday you might be homeless. I hope not. You never know. Some people are living from one paycheck to another. So we need to look at that. Whereas homelessness is strong here. We had 2 people die. And how many other? I'm going to say that the lady gave me permission to say, I'm going to put her initial, R, okay? She got raped in the city and she didn't report it. And I'm still working with that. It's a woman. And then we say, oh, we support women. They're homelessness. There's families homelessness. There's a place where they make little houses close to the city. Why can't we buy them and put them somewhere and get these people cleaned up? Because it might be you. You might be thinking you're not being homeless. You know, a fire can hit your house. Disaster can attack. Let's wake up, because we got money for that. I got 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Okay? We got money for that. Okay? Let's not show we got money. Let's put it in action. I like your structure. I'm not saying structure is not good. But if she needs help, why does she have to wait? Come on. Thank you. And I'm sorry I've offended you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Harris, are there others?
Yes, next is Darlene Bird.
Good evening, Ms. Bird.
Hi, Darlene Bird, South Ann Street. I'm here to address council and hold council accountable. All of you know about the project SACN Hub that we first made the mayor aware of in 2019. We're looking for fundings, and like I agree with what Ivan said, the city was given $34.9 million of ARPA funds, and they set aside $5 million. They spent $1 million by giving it to HDC to buy a parking lot. We're talking about homelessness, and council says that we support affordable housing, but we spend $1 million of once-in-a-lifetime money buying a parking lot. And I think the remark was, well, if they don't produce housing in 7 years, it comes back to the city. There's another $4 million that's sitting, that the council has set aside for affordable housing. And all to spend that money, council needs to produce a resolution and pass it. It didn't require the mayor's approval. And council, you said you were doing this to stand for accountability. There is no transparency. Jamie, I asked you how much of that money is left. How much has really been spent? ARPA money.
Is that a question for?
Yes, I'm asking you how much money has been spent.
I'll be happy to provide an update during the committee report, but as far as the allocation for affordable housing, the $4 million is still available.
Okay, but we were given $34 million, and we're talking about transparency. There was an article in the paper that said that the city got money to redo the visitor center. The visitor center was redone in 2013. They said they're going to use ARPA money to make the match, $2 million. South Ann presented city council with a project that we want to build a community center and put an apartment on top that addresses the very needs Ivan talked about homelessness, addresses the needs that the city says they want a safer neighborhood. Well, how do you think you're going to get that safer neighborhood if you don't want to invest in the neighborhood, and especially the neighborhoods in the southeast? So we're asking council to now make that resolution. Jamie, we heard your remarks. You've been ghosting me, and that's okay. But, you know, like I said, you promised this money back in September when HDC got their money, and then you said, oh, we don't know how to keep record, we
30
don't know how
seconds.
to report it, so we have to hire people. So you spent money to hire people, you spent money to hire employees, so I would really like to know transparency, how much of that ARPA money has been spent. Yes, the $4 million is there, we have a need in our community, how long do we have to wait? How long before council will say, yes, we can spend that money? All of you seen the project. All of you approved the project. None of you had any questions for us about our financing, how we were going to manage it, what we was going to do there. You heard it and you approved it. What are we waiting for? When will we get an answer?
Thank you, Ms. Byrd.
Counselor Bakay, may I make one comment to follow? I just want to
Yes.
clarify that no ARPA dollars are being utilized in any way in relation to the visitor center. That was inaccurately reported in the newspaper. And again, I just want to say that the ARPA dollars are not being used for any match for the visitor center renovations.
Thank you. That's an important clarification.
Counselor Bakay, can I make another comment?
Counselor Diaz.
I just wanted to tell Darlene, I did forward your request for the resolution, and I don't know if you received that email, but I just wanted to let you know that I did take care of that portion of it.
And just for, if I may, Madam Vice President, just for
Councilor
quick
Ryan.
clarification, updates have been provided to the public and city council on a regular basis at each committee meeting. Also, I have responded to Ms. Byrd's request back on April 6th, outlining the process of the RFP in response to Councilor Diaz's email. So just want to make it clear that there is transparency that's continuing through this process, and I'll be happy to provide a report at the reports for council.
Thank you, Counselor Royo.
That's not transparency. I mean, you don't even know how much money was spent, and the $4 million does not have to go through the RFP process. That's why council approved to set that $5 million aside. And I suggest that you look at, every council is streamed and taped, and go back and hear what your comments were at the time that was done, especially you, Amanda. I know Izzy is not here, and that's unfortunate.
Thank you, Ms. Byrd. Mr. Harris, do we have other comments this evening?
Yes, we do. Next is Keith Holland.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Keith Holland. My address is 315 West Mifflin Street, Lancaster, PA. I'm the chairperson of NAN, National Action Network of Lancaster. I'm the chairperson of the Home Repairs and Gentrification of the Committee for the City of Lancaster. Our concern here is for American blacks of Lancaster. How and where monies have been spent in our southeast community. I attend the 2021 Community Development Program and Performance Public Meeting last Thursday about the ESG and the CDBG funds. Monies was allocated to many partnerships. When it comes down to ESG funds, there are no accountability as to how much was spent on the city residents and also the stats of Black America. CBDG programs have over $2 million of unspent funds from last year. The American Black community have needs, and those needs is how this money is dedicated to spent for our cause. I am looking forward to attending the June meeting to discuss how, where 2022 ESG and block grant monies will be spent. A major concern is how the county program tabulates CBGG money and ESG funds, but do not separate statistical facts from the funds from demographics. These are some of the concerns I'm moving forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holland. Mr. Harris, are there any others?
Yes, next is Carmela Johnson.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Johnson.
Good evening. Good evening to everybody, the mayor and the council members. I am Carmela Johnson. I am a board member of South End Concerned Neighbors. I live in the 700 block of South Plum Street. I am here. I was at a meeting with the mayor, and it was five other board members, and we discussed the hub building with her, and we was trying to get money for funding for it. And she had discussed with us that, let me read it, so. Okay. She had discussed with us about money, well, we had talked about money for the hub program it's a building we're trying to create where we can create programs for the children and the elderly and we need $850,000 for it, and we were talking about the fundings that you had already received. And she had said to us that she has to look at the plans to see, she can barely understand them herself. So my question is, can we get fundings for the hub building that we want to build on Ann Street? Because y'all have the fundings. It's to the whole board, the mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Ms. Johnson, I'll be happy to address your question. So I think that in part of what Councilor Arroyo was saying earlier is that there is a process for application that is coming actually quite soon at this point that we wanted to operate within so that every organization would have a shot at getting funding. And it is pretty stringent, the ARPA funding, the way that we need to report on it. So we do have to dot a lot of I's and cross a lot of T's, but I think we are very close to that point, and I think Councilor Arroyo may share some updates on that in his report this evening. So I think that many members of council have heard the proposal and are excited about the proposal, but we do want to work within the framework that we set for ourselves in the beginning of this process to make sure that, excuse me, that everyone is going through the same process to apply for the funds.
Okay, before this ARPA funding that y'all have, it was $400 million that they had received. And when we asked for the money for the hub, it was in March? Yeah, it was in March, and they told us that they had to see, and we had to turn in all of these reports, and we did all that, but no answer, no anything.
I can just say briefly, I can't speak to $400 million, $4 million, okay, sorry. That's an important clarification.
$4 million.
I can't speak to seeing any of that application myself personally. If there's any other members of council that want to respond.
They should respond.
Yeah.
You should respond.
I'll be happy to provide an update at the appropriate time after public comment. But regarding the
Sir?
Regarding the $4 million of ARPA funding that was allocated for affordable housing, none of that money has been spent due to the process that council, in response to the public feedback, in order to be more transparent throughout this process, has developed council as a whole, the mayor, the city staff, as well as the public's input to make sure that we're creating a transparent process. So I'll be happy to provide an update at the appropriate time, but at this point, $0 has been spent of that $4 million in affordable housing projects to date in order to accomplish this process.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Harris, are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have one more. Andre Gilbert.
Mr. Gilbert? There you are.
Council, how y'all doing?
Hello, Hello, Mr. Gilbert. If you could
Madam
just
Mayor.
begin with your name and your block of residence.
Andre
Thank you.
Gilbert, 400 Church Street.
Thank you.
I wanted to defer to Reverend Bailey, let him speak, if possible. I know he stepped out for a minute.
If we have just a moment.
Yeah, not a problem. He's right over there.
Okay, great.
He's here.
Mhm.
Yeah, because
I did see him, so.
I could do it, but I think he could do it better. So I'm all for
You're not
that.
putting him on the spot, are you?
He's all right. He knows-
Okay.
Reverend, I'd like you to say a few words, please, if you could. He's always ready.
I'll start that time over for you.
I don't want to, Reverend Edward Bailey, pastor of Bethel African Methodist
Good evening.
Episcopal Church, the oldest black church in Lancaster County, celebrating 205 years of ministry and being an activist in the community. It's amazing to me that after 205 years, we still have to do the same thing to activate anything from the city or from anybody else. Somebody's got to bring the black preacher down to talk to folk who are supposed to take care of the whole city, not just parts of the city. When I walk downtown, I see all the building that's going on. You rebuilt a building that you had torn, that you had built, concrete thing that had a bridge going across the city, across the street of Queen Street. You tore it down and rebuilt it again. How many times are you going to rebuild the downtown and do nothing in the southeast and other parts of the city? I had to get crazy with some people just to get our street paved on Strawberry Street. And I thank the brother from Public Works who was willing to do that, get it done. But there's other streets that need to be done in the southeast that are not being done. The other thing, I just heard that someone said that we cannot use the park that is on King Street, that's in our community, and came up with some city code that says we can't use it. Yet there's a white group that doesn't even belong in the city that's using it for skating or whatever else they're doing. Nobody black does hockey, or very few of us now. And yet they got a skating rink in the middle of our city, and they do not want to let us use the park. And I, for one, think that's an outrage that you would say to people that we can't use a park that's on our part of the city, and yet the other parks in the city that other people can use anytime they want, city closes down streets anytime they want, but yet when the folk want to have a celebration, they can't have it. So I propose to the council, you need to figure out how to change that. Otherwise, we'll bring enough Negroes in this house at every meeting that you have to make sure you don't keep a meeting until we get what we need to have down. I don't want to protest no more. I don't think it should happen. If Donald Trump can run his craziness, we ought to be able to have some sanity and come here and get some stuff done. And so either you give us the right to use our own park in our own city when other people don't want us in other parts of the city. If you don't want us in other parts of the city, let us use the parts of the city that we have. Otherwise, we'll organize and come back like we've been doing over the years. I've been sick for the last 2 years. But God knows I got up off the deathbed and I'm well now. And if you don't want to catch hell from me, I suggest let's work together as friends and neighbors and treat the black folk in this community just like you treat everybody else who wants to do something is allowed to do it. Otherwise, we'll keep on coming back until you give us some remedy for what we're asking for. I think you heard me, and I hope somebody can speak to the issue on why black folk can't use the park, Reservoir Park, on King Street.
Thank you, Reverend Bailey. I can personally say that I'm not aware of a reason or anything about what's going on with that. That's me personally.
The Public Works guy is here, can he answer? He's in charge of that part.
I can certainly ask if, Mr. Campbell, if you'd like to address this at this time, you may, or this may be a conversation.
No,
Yeah, okay.
it's public, we pay for it.
I appreciate that, Mr. Campbell.
Have you met Reverend Bailey?
Oh, yes, of
Director
course.
Campbell? Okay, just want to
Yes,
make sure.
We talked about Strawberry Street paving, and
And he helped get it done.
That's great. Thank you.
so yes,
I'm standing close to him, too. Good, my brother.
yes, exactly. Very, as tall as I am, I'm still dwarfed by Berkeley.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about my tone, worry about my prayer life.
So I do want to say, several things. One is that dealing with the variety of needs related to the public events and the challenges of making sure that events are taken care of properly in the public right-of-way and on public parks is a much larger challenge than most of us generally assume it is. When I first arrived here, I did not realize the nature of the challenge, and then we went into COVID, so many of the events were put on hold or on hiatus. With this season, we are opening up the events significantly more, and the challenges of addressing some of those needs comes very much to the fore. Very early on this season, which was late in the planning process, I recognized that there's an incredible amount of damage that goes on with our public parks, with a variety of different uses. Every single one of the major events has had some challenge regarding the use of the public lawns in the public parks, especially anything that has food trucks or large and heavy equipment which does damage to those areas. I do want to say AACA in particular has a huge challenge because it has the most visible and some of the most heavy and difficult equipment to place in the city in the best of circumstances, never mind when it might potentially damage the green infrastructure that we're trying to maintain in order to keep our stormwater and other costs as low as possible as we adjust the consent decree. What we as the city have tried to do is work with AACA, and I think we've been successful with the Loyalty Day event, and we're working very hard with AACA regarding the Annual Day event to try to make sure that that event is seated solidly within the community. And we're trying to address a lot of the challenges that street closures, parks use, et cetera, might provide for us. Reservoir Park is one of our more delicate parks, unfortunately. And even the existing infrastructure, which is at Skate Park, or the skate event there, is likely to have very limited further future use because of its current condition. And we need to be able to make sure that however we use our parks, we're using them to not waste the investment that we are spending to make sure that they are usable. With AACA, what we have learned is that there's a huge need for another type of infrastructure that the city used to have decades ago. It used to have a fairgrounds. It used to have a place that was designed specifically to be able to take heavy equipment and manage the stormwater, et cetera, that's necessary. I've included the need for finding such an entity in the Parks Master Planning effort, which will be starting later on this summer. And I have to commend tremendously AACA for being as resilient as they have been in working through an incredibly frustrating and very difficult time while they're dealing with the Director of Public Works, trying to work with them and yet trying to make sure that the infrastructure of the city is maintained as properly as possible. You make very, very good points. These are issues that have to be addressed and we have to find ways of solving these issues, not just in the short term, which is this current season, but in the foreseeable future, the next 2 or 3 seasons, while we transition into whatever a final resolution might be. What I have asked with the help of the other departments that are part of the permitting and event process is that we revamp our process and make the rules and regulations more evident to people. I did not realize how non-transparent some of those rules and regulations were, and I have been put on blast, if you will, that we need to make sure that it's clearer up front. In that sense, I have asked that each of these organizations, event organizations, put in their applications as much as a year in advance so that we can work out of a wide variety of solutions. Because, as I found out, there are entities that are willing and able to work with us to make the infrastructure available for these kinds of events. Again, the AACA organization is probably taking on the most difficult and challenging of the event challenges because it's huge. These are the kinds of things that attract lots and lots of people. Who doesn't want successful carnivals here in the city of Lancaster, especially while we're coming out of COVID? We need to make it work, and we need to make it work well and predictably. As AACA has said, they want to make sure that they're not going to be stymied in the future and that it's always a question mark. It shouldn't be a question mark. There should be the kind of support that we need to make sure that the program goes forward, that the events continue to go forward in a predictable manner. We're not there yet.
Can I make a suggestion?
Of course.
Since you're making things new, and you're doing things new, and you're at, because this is new information that ACA group got, you gave it to them this year, so why can't we let them have the event this year? And then next year, you make all the plans that you're gonna make. Let me just finish. When I worked with the Worship Center, which is not in the city, we were able to host a carnival on that same property. Nobody said anything to us when the Worship Center came in. So maybe we can let these folk have the park for this 1 year. There's no more damage they're gonna do than's already been done. And then next year, we'll go with your proposal. I think that's a good compromise to make, so that folk in our community don't feel offended that we always have to wait when you make a proposal. And anybody else, when the biking folk wants to make nobody asked us about putting biking lanes in our community. They put them in the community anyhow. So if we can just have this here for this 1 year, Memorial Day, sit down with the folk in the city, talk with us, and I hate to talk to you because you're a newcomer, and I know how it is to be an outsider like me.
Don't worry, I've got big
Okay,
shoulders.
so I know how it is to be, but it shouldn't be on just your shoulders. That's what I'm talking about. Shouldn't be a black man have to talk to black folk about what people are deciding. So if it's gonna happen, why don't we just wait till next year, let them do the event this year, and then you won't have no problem with anybody at all. And I don't know why we can't make that as a compromise.
So I think you're making a very, very good suggestion. We are still putting a lot of effort to see if we can make it work so that it is seated solidly in Southeast. We're not yet giving up on that potential for the event to be solidly in Southeast.
So how do they plan what they've gotta do? You want them to give you information a year early, and yet Memorial Day, not Memorial Day, Labor Day is just a few months away, and they gotta get all this stuff into place now. They gotta make contracts up now, and waiting for, what day will you be?
All I can say is, all of us, there are several meetings going on every day trying to make this work at this particular moment. We're putting a lot of effort into it. At this moment, there's still about 60 days before the event is likely to take place. So there's some time, not nearly as much time as we would like to have, but there's still some time to be able to make a few things happen. Please allow us to continue to work with the organizations and try to make it work. We want everyone to be satisfied, and we do know that this is not the way it's being done this year, in part due to my intervention late in the game, is not the way it should happen as we go forward. And we do want to make how it happens in the future much smoother, much more transparent, much more of a partnership.
I'm willing to wait a little couple of weeks, but I will be back here with my members and other folk. If we don't have an answer, and we'll bring as many black folk as we can to this community, because it's not just you. It's the city council can make a decision and decide what needs to happen. Whether you want to do it or not, they can do that. So I'm not holding you responsible. I'm holding the city council responsible. And I'm asking them to give this organization this date in this community while you're planning all these other things. You want to do all these other things, it's nice. We support that. We want to support whatever the environment can hold. We don't want to mess up the city. But we want this thing this year at Reservoir Park, whatever other plans you have for us, we'll be willing to listen to those plans and go with this plan. But I don't think this group should have to wait while the city is still planning what they're going to do. If there was something in place, that's fine. but it sounds like nothing is in stone. So you can make a decision for the council, and I would deeply appreciate if you would do that. And if not, we'll be back here, and the rest of you folks, I don't know where you're gonna sit. We're gonna take up one of the seats. Amen?
Thank you, Reverend Bailey.
Thank you very much.
The president of the Puerto Rican Parade, and we had that problem, and because of the equipment, they put us on the street and closed. Okay, that's another suggestion.
That's well taken,
Yeah,
Mr.
because
Acosta-Velez.
the equipment can hold, supposedly, the streets, we can put, they did that for us. I don't know if they can do it for you. They closed the street and they put all the rides there. I know some of the neighbors, we have to give them some tickets, but, you know.
I'm gonna just have you continue that conversation.
Yeah, if I can say just
Sounds like Director Campbell has just more thing, and I know that we have a lot of other folks here for other things as well, so, and I do appreciate this dialogue.
The types of suggestions that have just been made are some of the suggestions that are being followed by some of the other organizations right now. Every single solitary organization that had a major event has had to make compromises for exactly the same reasons. And so we have some events that are on the street, on an adjacent street, or the food carts are on the street. The music stage gets relocated. The traffic gets relocated. There's a variety of things that we're doing for all of the different events. So it is not just visited on this particular organization or this event, although this one probably has the biggest challenge of any of the other sets because of the size, nature, and the size of the equipment and the nature of the event. But we do hear these thoughts and ideas. We really appreciate it. We are trying to listen, and we're trying to make it happen in as timely a manner as possible, but I do thank you very much for all that.
Director Campbell, thank you, and thank you, Reverend Bailey, very much.
If I may, Counselor.
Counselor Diaz.
I do agree with Pastor Bailey. This is not the first time that this has come up. This has come up more than 3 times. Every single year that they want to organize a festival, they get denied, and then they have to fight. Not only that, even the Latino heritage, American heritage, they also had to relocate to New Holland. So this seems like there is a lot of bias, especially telling them that they have to come up with $6,000 just to use Long's Park, that they've been using it for years. I mean, we have to make changes, and I think that those festivals bring those community people that don't have a lot of money. They don't have money to travel a half an hour just to go see a festival, let alone people that live in the Southeast. I think it's time to step up and support our community.
Make a motion so we can see how they're voting. Make a motion. Make a motion. Make the motion.
Sir.
See how they're voting. Because they come and get our votes every time. Make a motion.
Thank you, Counselor Diaz.
Mr. Acosta, there's no motion at this point because we're just doing a discussion.
And I appreciate the discussion, thank you. Mr. Harris, did you say that that was the final public comment for the first period?
Public comment, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about the comments, and I'm sorry.
Ma'am, I absolutely appreciate that. We have a second public comment period later, which you can absolutely come up to speak. I'll let you know. Quick question. If anyone who may have submitted a comment ahead that was regarding something that's on the agenda, there is going to be public comment for items that are on the agenda. Could that have been the case?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So we'll call for public comment on any item that's forthcoming in the agenda specifically. So, thank you. All right. That would take us to reports requested by council. Mr. Harris, are there any of those this evening?
They are reports, no, there are not reports requested by council.
Thank you. That would take us to reports of committees of council. These were meetings that were held on May 2nd. We'll start with the Public Safety Committee. Councilor Diaz.
Yes, Counselor Beke. The Public Safety Committee did meet, and it's in regard to a resolution, let's see where the grant is. Where is my grant? 1122? No, wait. Yes, it's Resolution 4222, authorizing a grant for, application for the police station remodel, and that'll come up on legislative agenda.
Thank you, Counselor Diaz. Public Works Committee, Counselor Walsh.
Thank you, Counselor Bakay. We did meet, and there were 4 items on the agenda, one which we have gone over, which was the resolution for adopting National Public Works Week. The second ordinance that will be coming up for first reading is Bill Number 10, 2022, which is a MOU with the Lancaster County Conservation District, and we will discuss that later in the agenda. The third being the resolution for first reading, which is number 44, 2022, and that it's designating a city agent for the Hazard Mitigation Plan grant program where there's 2 project applications being submitted. And again, they will come up later in the agenda. And then last but certainly not least, Director Campbell presented the sidewalk loan repair program that is underway, in which the city has created a program for low-interest loans for homeowners to repair their sidewalks. And that's everything.
Thank you, Counselor Walsh. Economic Development Committee, Counselor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Economic Development Committee did meet to provide an update on the American Rescue Plan Act RFP for the hiring of a consultant. A brief update on that report. I'm happy to announce that PFM Group Consulting LLC was selected by a committee that was made up of myself, City Controller James Reichenbach, and city staff to provide American Rescue Plan Act compliance services for the city of Lancaster. Their first order of business will be to begin work on the housing RFP, building off the outline and drafting work that the staff of the city has already provided and done to date. And as a reminder, this is in an effort to create a transparent process so that way council allows all organizations that are interested in providing affordable housing projects, present them to city council, an equal and equitable effort to make sure that we're providing the best way possible to be good stewards of a once-in-a-lifetime and once-in-a-generation funding opportunity that the city has received. So I'm very happy to announce that we are moving forward with the process and more to come on the actual housing RFP. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Counselor Arroyo. I will go ahead and then move to the Finance Committee report. The Finance Committee met on May 2nd, and we had one item on the agenda. It was Bill Number 11, 2022, which appropriates additional funds of American Rescue Plan Act for lost revenue. This is based on an updated funding formula in the final rule, which actually came out after our budget bills passed in December. This item will come up on the agenda this evening for a first reading, and that concludes my report. Council President, just let me know when you're ready. I can hand the meeting over to you.
Sorry, please continue through
Okay.
reports of committees.
Will do. And then we move to Community Planning Committee, and that's Counselor Craig.
Thank you, Madam Vice. Community Planning did meet, and we had one item on the agenda. That was Administration Resolution 45, amending the official sewage facility plan to include 35 Eric Road. And that will come up later on the legislative agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Craig. And last but not least, the Personnel Committee, Counselor Kalixt.
Thank you, Vice President. The Personnel Committee met on Monday, May 2nd, and reviewed appointments to the city's Public Art Advisory Board and the City Revitalization and Improvement Zone Authority. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Counselor Kalixt. That takes us into our legislative agenda. Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Bakay. I'm going to hand it actually right back over to Councilor Kalixt because we begin with nominations for appointment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to make a motion to appoint Joshua Hunter to the Public Art Advisory Board for a term from March 31st, 2022 to July 31st, 2023. And Heather Valudes to the City Revitalization and Improvement Zone Authority for a term from June 6, 2022 to January 6, 2027. And Christine Connolly to the City Revitalization and Improvement Zone Authority for a term from May 1st, 2022 until January 6, 2024.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council comments on the appointments?
If I may, Mr. President, and one of our nominees didn't have the chance to address council the last time in our meeting, so I think Miss Christine Connolly is here. So if she could step forward and address briefly the council.
Oh, person was tall. Hello, my name is Christine Connolly. I'm currently a realtor and a co-owner with my husband with Connolly Remodeling and Building. I've been a part of Lancaster County for over 30 years. My first apartment was right here on North Duke Street. I now currently have 6 children, 4 grandchildren, one on the way. And I'm looking forward to helping on the CRIZ Authority. So I'm looking forward to bringing my 15 years of experience in the real estate and in the remodeling. I'm also a PA State Committee member for the Republican Party. So looking forward to helping and just getting people into homes. We are really looking into a situation that's not good, and that is losing affordable housing. It's really impacting. It's great for people to sell their homes, but we're looking at a lot of people will not be able to get in, and we need to come up with ideas, and I'm looking forward to doing that with you guys.
If I may, Counselor,
Yes.
just to say that the CRIZ Authority, when it was established by Mayor Gray and then Senator Smucker, established a split between the appointments, but all appointments do come through council, even though the selection of representatives on the CRIZ Authority is split equally, well, not equally. A majority are selected by the state senator, and then there are additional appointments that are selected by the city. And I just want to note that Senator Martin advanced your name for consideration by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. President, please.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. You're good. Council comments on the nominations from the public? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the City Revitalization and Improvement Zone Authority. That is the CRIZ Authority. Do I have that correct, Councilor Kalik?
Yeah, yes, sir.
No.
So was that about pushing people out their houses?
No.
No. Yeah, here, hold on. Couple of things. Hold on a second. I need you to come to the mic, first and foremost. If you're going to address council, come to the mic. Come on.
Yes. No problem with that.
Love that. And you got to start with your name and your block of residence.
Kevin Brownlee, 541 Burroughs Avenue.
Hi.
I didn't understand because she talked so low, and so I couldn't understand what the committee was about, you know.
Right.
And when she said realty, that really got my ear because there's a lot of people, homeowners, are being forced out of their homes in the city. And I know that you guys know about this. People are being forced out of their homes by realtors and remodeling. You see all these remodeling trucks all over the city. I never seen it like this before. And so my question is, in Philadelphia, they had a big investigation. They arrested a lot of people over that. But here, we just let people come in and push people out their homes that they work for and put them on the street as homeless people. He had a valid point. There's people being pushed out of their homes and being forced on the sidewalk, sleeping in their cars. And what does the city do?
So is your question as regards the appointment?
Well, what is this committee for? Is it about the real estate, which I think right now is bad in the city?
Yeah, no, the City Revitalization and Improvement Zone is about the distribution of taxes paid to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to finance debt service in a specific area of the city in a program designated and regulated by state law. But I think that either Mr. Hopkins, the mayor, or Councilor Arroyo could give a better explanation of the CRIZ authority than I could.
Please do, sir.
Any takers?
I've been dying to hear from you all night. After that young lady down there talk to you. Yeah, I'd like for you to talk.
I just gave a pretty lengthy report.
You ain't got nothing to say, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna sit down. But y'all know about this. People are being forced out of their homes.
Thank
10
you.
families on my block was forced out of their homes.
Mr. Snively, did you? Thank you.
I can speak. Good evening, everyone. Marshall Snively, President of Lancaster City Alliance, but also wearing my acting director of the CRIZ Authority tonight. The CRIZ Authority is actually a state program where certain taxes that are generated within 130 acres of the city, downtown, Manor, there's an area on South Duke, and in the northern part of the city, where those taxes generated actually go back to pay debt service on economic development projects within the city. I can tell you that through this program, the intent is not to push anyone out of homes. In fact, is really to help them invest in underutilized buildings. There's also a concerted effort to use those dollars to actually assist in homegrown, Lancaster-grown small businesses with a focus on businesses of color. So during the COVID crisis, $3 million was made available to provide grants to our small businesses. Again, many of them owned by people of color, to help them get through the COVID crisis. We're about to invest another $5 million to assist small businesses to not only stay in the city, but grow in the city. So while there's been effort on some of the larger economic development projects, there's also, this money is also intentionally being focused on assisting small businesses within those CRIZ district. The challenge is those investments can only occur within the 130 acres designated within the city, but there is a municipal authority board that oversees all of that, and Ms. Connolly was suggested by Senator Martin to join that board.
Yeah, and I would just note, because I don't think that she was heard. I think Ms. Connolly shares your specific concern. I believe I heard that in her remarks, that her experience tells her that housing has become unaffordable in the city.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just reiterating for your benefit.
Yeah, absolutely. And what Ms. Connolly brings to the table is that she is a real estate broker. So that kind of expertise can only help on our board. So
thank you. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Snively. Thank you for the question. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Dana London. How
Hi,
are
good
you?
evening.
Okay, so my question is, I'm sorry, honey, no disrespect.
Can you please use?
Oh, sorry, Ms. London, I need you to, yep,
Okay,
thank you.
There you go. No disrespect. Now, your position is a new position, right, that they're talking about? You getting?
Ms. London, I'm
I'm sorry. Was it a new position she was getting?
So
Being nominated for a new position?
the seat it is a full term, but it is a seat on the board that has existed for some time. She is a new appointee.
Okay, and it's going to be a salaried position? No?
It is
It's
not.
Volunteer?
It is
Okay, that's what
volunteer.
I was just trying to understand.
Yeah,
That's all I wanted.
Perfect sense. That's an excellent question. The overwhelming majority of persons, I cannot think of any exceptions other than the 7 of us who serve on boards, commissions, and authorities throughout the city, do so as volunteers. Planning Commission, Historical Commission, HARB, Zoning Hearing Board, the list goes on and on. Okay. Did I see sir, did I? Oh, okay. Sorry. In that case, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Roy.
Aye.
Ms. Baker.
Aye.
Mr. Gillespie.
Aye.
Ms. Gregg.
Aye.
Ms. Diaz.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
And President Smith-Wadow.
Aye. Thank you, and thank you, Councilor Calixte. We go then to historic district items. Mr. Harris?
Yes, Mr. President. We have two this evening. Considering the following applications and recommendations from the Historical Architectural Review Board for improvements to properties within the Historic District. Melvin S. Byler, owner of 421 Church Street, requests removal of a modern front porch enclosure and installation of new porch railings. And Alex and Nessa King, owners of 232 North Charlotte Street, request construction of stone retaining walls on property's sloping front yard. And both of those applications are recommended for approval by the Historical Architectural Review Board.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Staff, is there anything of note here? Okay. Council comments? Comments from the public? Hearing none, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Beke.
Aye.
Mr. Colexi.
Aye.
Ms. Gregg.
Aye.
Ms. Diaz.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
And President Smith-Waddell.
Aye. Thank you. That brings us to ordinances for final passage. We begin with Bill number 7, 2022, which is why I imagine the majority of you are here. Mr. Harris.
An ordinance of the Lancaster City Council amending the City of Lancaster zoning ordinance, ordinance number 6, 2013, Chapter 300 of the City Code, as amended by ordinance 16, 2021, as follows. To modify provisions related to districts permitting multifamily housing, to allow for the conversion of existing structures to single-family dwellings, to modify provision for non-family structures in the R3, to identify provisions for surface and structured parking in the central business districts, to modify the height of multifamily structures in the mixed-use district, to modify provisions related to traffic studies, to exempt ADA wheelchair lifts from certain zoning provisions, and to modify provisions related to visitor house rentals, aka short-term rentals, to make editing improvements and providing for the repeal of inconsistent ordinances, providing for the severability of the ordinance, and providing that the ordinance shall take effect in accordance with Pennsylvania law.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilor Craig.
Thank you, Council President. Amending the zoning ordinance. This ordinance is a proposed ordinance to the city zoning ordinance, which aims to address various technical matters and community concerns related to housing, such as parking, short-term rentals, and wireless communication, among other technical matters. Planning staff worked with the Planning Commission to refine these amendments during 5 public meetings in January, February, and March. In addition to convening a subcommittee and holding a listening session to speak with residents about short-term rentals, the City Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend the amendments. The Director of CPED, Chris Delph, and Chief Planner Douglas Smith are here to provide a brief summary of the amendments and updates for our collective benefit. I also might add that Council held an extensive conversation and fielded public questions, comments at committee meeting on the 4th of April, and also had first reading and public hearing on the 26th of April with robust public participation. And if there are questions, Director Delph and Chief Planner Douglas Smith are here for our enlightenment.
I'll take a moment while they get set up to just note this is maybe the most activated I've seen folks on ordinance this year. I've received a number of emails on this one specifically, and I know that council has specifically on the part of the zoning amendments dealing with short-term rentals.
all set up? Oh, I thought you were speedy.
Just want to say good evening, councilors, mayor, members of the public. I think we're pretty close here. I know we gave a more extensive presentation at the official public hearing in late April. We mostly wanted to highlight some of the key pieces of information from the zoning amendments once again, and also just speak a little bit about how we thought through some of the comments from the last session.
Good evening, councilors. Douglas Smith, Chief Planner. Thank you very much for continuing this robust discussion. And I also just want to take a moment to thank the many community members who have continued to show up throughout these meetings and to contact us personally to continue dialogue. That is how much of this initially got started. And actually, to go back a little bit further, I just thought it might be helpful to remind ourselves about the origin of this particular ordinance. We were asked to amend our wireless communication facilities ordinance because of state legislation that had been passed. Anytime we open the zoning ordinance for amendments, which is a process and requires time and effort and legal advertising, we try to take those opportunities to address technical amendments. Throughout the year, city staff are on an ongoing basis taking note of things that need to be corrected in the zoning ordinance, opportunities for improvement, and also community concerns that we hear. Zoning ordinances in particular are very much a living document and continue to evolve, and just thought I would note that evolution and that this is yet one more evolution potentially of this ordinance, and certainly there's more to come. So I have the more detailed presentation from the last meeting, but I thought I would initially just start with reminding us of our 5 big policy goals, city staff's policy goals and the planning commission's policy goals. And I'll review them briefly. Happy to answer more detailed questions about them. And then I also have a few other just context, some contextual information I think that will help. So the first goal was to increase opportunities for housing in the city. We all know that is much needed, and supply is part of the problem. Number 2 is to create a mixed use and walkable urban environment. We want to make sure that the city continues to be a livable and safe place, and that we're really making best use of the properties that we have across the city as they develop over time. Third one is to update short-term rental regulations, also known colloquially as Airbnbs or VRBOs, et cetera. These are units that are rented for 30 days or less. Our original regulations were put into effect, I think, in 2017, and are certainly in need of updating as that industry has continued to grow. And we've heard many concerns from city residents. The fourth one, and as I mentioned, was the impetus for this amendment, is to update wireless communication regulations. The state changed their regulations, and that required us to split out the way that we regulate, say, for instance, like 5G antennas, how we regulate them on private property and in the public right-of-way. So this particular, there's actually 2 zoning ordinances on the docket tonight. I'm just going to address the first one. The second one deals with the private property wireless communications regulations. So that's just a point of clarification. And then there are some just technical issues, things that were everything from spelling errors to just procedural issues that we identified that are also proposed for amendment. The short-term rental discussion has been the most robust of all of those topics, so I just thought it might be helpful to provide a brief update to you on where we stand at the moment with numbers. So when I presented this to you on April 12th, we had 41 short-term units that had zoning compliance. Since then, we've received 54 applications that have been submitted. Most of them occur in the R3 and R4 districts. So these are, it appears, all or mostly units that have been in operation that are trying to come into compliance with our existing zoning ordinance because they're aware of this pending legislation. That was part of our administrative proposal to allow that period of time for education and awareness in the community. So just wanted to provide an update on where those numbers stand today. There are, as of today, 211 unique short-term rental units and 305 total listings across all the platforms, as identified by Granicus. And as a reminder, that's the software that we've purchased to help us identify where these short-term rentals exist. They provide an address identification and information on their rental, how many people are renting, et cetera. And then we can ensure compliance with our zoning ordinance as well as our rental ordinance. I didn't really know what to title this slide, to be honest, but clarifications is the best I could come up with. But these are to address a few points that have surfaced through community discussion that I thought would be worth just drawing our attention to. We've been made aware of a number of alternative legal tools that do require additional research, and I think, and the department thinks, are worth exploring. When this ordinance was written, we were not aware of, and still are not aware of, legal precedent in Pennsylvania for these items, but there is a need to look into our ability to use them legally. So the three that have popped up are regulating short-term rentals by density or distance, so you can only have one on a block or within a certain distance. Setting up limited number of licenses, almost like the state liquor license system, or requiring city residency for having a short-term rental. And there are others. This is not an inclusive list, but those are three that have popped up frequently. Certainly, we want to do more research on these. This particular ordinance probably is a bit more prudent in its approach because we feel confident at this time that these are all well permitted within state law. The second point is that other ordinances can supplement these zoning regulations for short-term rentals, such as the fee for a transient dwelling license. We have begun some of these discussions at the staff level, but there is much more to dive into. For instance, as we inspect short-term rentals, it may require more staff and time to do that on a more regular basis than, say, a typical long-term rental that's in good standing. So then we may want to better fit our fee to the resources. So that's just one example, but there are certainly others that may not be pertinent to our discussion of the zoning ordinance, but we can take stock of for future consideration. And then lastly, zoning variances are still a good opportunity to provide a finer point on legislation and highlight possible needs for change. Occasionally, we can't predict every scenario that comes before us at a zoning hearing board, and sometimes we find ourselves saying, yes, that makes sense, we should change the ordinance. The zoning hearing board may decide to grant a variance. And I suspect that after the passage of this or many ordinances, there will be opportunities for us to put a finer point on the legislation and continue to identify opportunities for changes as we have this time. So that's just a brief summary, and to set some context and remind you about where we are. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Douglas. I think I have a couple of questions. When we had the hearing a couple of weeks ago, there were 305 units that needed to come into compliance.
So, Counselor, I'll just clarify that there's unique units and then there's total listings, because there are so many platforms that these units are advertised on. So, for instance, if a unit is on Airbnb and VRBO, then that would count as 2 listings. So the 315, I think I reported at the last meeting, included a total number of listings, but there are actually only 215, or as of today, 211 units estimated to be in the city at this time, but they do cross-list their
Okay, and because they cross-list, not because they cross-list, but those 211, are they in compliance?
So a portion of them are, a portion are not. We have a record at the moment of 41 of them being compliant, having a certificate of zoning compliance. An additional 54 as of today have been submitted over the last, roughly month. Many of those could be compliant too, we believe. So, perhaps I'm just using round numbers. There's 100, potentially compliant units. There could be others that are proposed in accordance with this new ordinance that could also be compliant as well.
Okay, thank you. And then, in essence, the ordinance is to centrally locate Airbnbs, short-term rentals, VRBOs, and only allow them in the central business district and in commercial areas of the city, not to overwhelm residential communities.
Yes, that's correct. Our approach to this has been viewing short-term rentals as a commercial land use and wanting to better fit them in zoning districts that have those kinds of commercial characteristics to them. The proposal is just to eliminate them from the R3 and R4. They would still be permitted in the RO, the mixed use, the central business districts, and C1 and C2 districts in the city.
Thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilor Craig. So a question that I have is, or a series rather, and bear with me. An Airbnb that is, you would look at it externally and say, this is a single family home that has been divided up into multiple units as evidenced by multiple listings, right? You can go in and I've stayed in a couple in town where there's a unit on the first floor, a unit on the second floor, and they're listed separately. Mm-hmm. Would such a usage currently be compliant with city ordinance?
No, it would not.
And so a question that I have is, and I don't know if you have this at the tips of your fingers, but I'm deeply interested. As we talk about folks being able to come into compliance, that with the idea, sort of stretching around the notion of good faith, that if they were in compliance or, made a good faith attempt to come into compliance, that the administrative proposal is that they, would be allowed to fold in. How many of them and sorry you all have to watch my brain work around this thing. So what I'm imagining is if you have divided a unit or a house into multiple units, would it even theoretically be possible at this stage for you to come into compliance without somehow deconverting the home? Because that I think is, I've received a number of communications from folks on either side of this thing, and maybe there's a third side, but that are, some of the folks who are, reaching out to me and saying look, I own a short-term rental, or I own this number of short-term rentals, or folks who are saying I see these short-term rentals, they're behaving like this. I'm trying to get a sense of, because most of the ones that I have seen are indeed divvied up parts of a house. They're not a whole single-family home. And so my question is, at this stage, could those even come into compliance, whatever that means for our purposes? And I think for the purpose of evaluating what the right way to go is, how many of the 211 noted above are in that situation? I know I asked a lot there, but yeah.
That's helpful. You provided some context in doing that, Council President. So we are aware of some of those situations. We have been in a bit of a holding pattern because we wanted this process to go through before we really started, in earnest contacting all of the units, just so we didn't get ahead of anything. So there is more to dive into regarding the data, but I'll say that situation that you described is not unique to short-term rentals. There are other houses that are divided up from single-family into multifamily, may not have pulled the right permits, may not be in compliance with zoning. We do not allow two-family or multifamily dwellings in all of our zoning districts. So whether it's a short-term rental or not, it would be a concern to zoning to make sure that it's in compliance with our ordinance. If they're doing that as a short-term rental, we would be able to see that through Granicus. I have at least identified one that, as of today, as I was perusing, where I saw it cross-listed. And it gets a little nuanced here in administering the ordinance, but I believe the ordinance is in a good spot. But for instance, a small portion of the house could operate as a small unit, and then they could also cross-list the house to have the entire house plus that small unit in case they have extra family members or something. We would be able to see those listings and potentially enforce. You are with this ordinance and the current one, you're only permitted to have a short-term rental in a single-family home. So if there are two functional housekeeping units, as we call them, where they can be rented separately, lived in separately, potentially indefinitely, that would certainly be of concern to zoning.
Two or multiple.
Oh, two or multiple, that's right, thank you.
Right, and so
the compliance question, I'm sorry, I was getting, almost lost track of that. So they could theoretically, depending on how the building is divided up, and again, we're in the weeds a little bit here, but if it was only a locked door, right, they would be required to remove that so that it didn't function as a separate unit. They would only be able to advertise that as one unit, not as multiple units. If there were something more structural that was put in place, they would either have to get approval for having a multi-unit structure, which may require a variance for the short-term rental, but may also require other zoning approvals just to have a multiple unit structure there.
Right. So the thing that I'm trying to get at the bottom of, and I'll stop for a second because I know there are a lot of other questions and comments. The thing I'm sort of trying to get to the bottom of is, so we have this figure, like this is the number of short-term rentals that we are aware of in the city. And we know that the majority of them are non-compliant. I'm trying to get a sense of, and you've showed us like how many have like applied to try to get up to snuff. I'm trying to get a sense of how many, under the current proposal and the current administrative proposal for grandfathering, how many there could be, because I think that changes, the numbers big and small, it's hard to tell apart, but in terms of like how people interact with their neighborhoods, I think that like the number that are existing or could exist in an R3 or R4 zone, it's of significant concern to me, and I haven't quite worked out in my head how to break off that thing, but knowing that number and how many could come online, as we're going through this. That one's stuck in my crawl. Councilor Craig, I'll cede my time for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Council President, are there further questions from council?
Councilor Craig, and this may actually get to something that you were asking. So you mentioned that there were new applications that have come in since the 12th of April. When you define compliant, is that they've applied or that they have obtained the license under the current standards?
So for the 41 units that are there, they've all received a letter of zoning compliance from our zoning officer, Jamil Thrash. There needs to be ongoing evaluation of their compliance because they have to have a valid rental license. So that is one thing we're working on coordinating with our property maintenance and housing inspections team, since they handle the rental ordinance.
Okay. And what is the date that would have to happen for these that are seeking to be grandfathered in?
So our administrative strategy here was to, from the April 12th, and I'm just reminding what we stated at the last meeting. April 12th, we were not going to accept new units that were not already operating in the city. And then as of today, we were not going to accept any further applications for compliance. So the 54 applications that have been submitted will have all so to speak, made it under the wire, and we'll be evaluating them to make sure that they can actually meet the current ordinance. It may be that some portion of those 54 are not in the right zone, can't meet the parking requirements, et cetera. And if that's the case, they would have to obtain a variance, and that would likely not be supported by staff before the zoning hearing board.
Great. And I want to just clarify that the types of things, like you mentioned, the parking, also the number of bedrooms is also another one that may preclude them from becoming compliant.
Yeah, Councilor Beckey, I appreciate you digging into that a little bit because I think there was a little confusion at the past hearing. So the way that we've been talking about it amongst staff is that for those units that are already operating, if they were meeting the spirit of the current ordinance, but they just hadn't gotten a zoning certification or they didn't have all their paperwork in order, that we were then going to assess and grandfather those in. But if they were not meeting other substantive issues of the current ordinance, then they would not be able to comply with the law.
So there's still a lot of other things that they need to be able to show that they have or do not have.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask a follow-up question to that, Councilor Bequet? Which is that if somebody did not pull a permit to convert a single-family resident into a multifamily, that would also be an issue in which they would not have the opportunity to grandfather in. And there have been a list of several properties that have been shared with me, that I have shared with our housing inspectors. And we're also cross-referencing, just to add a point to what you were asking, Councilor Bequet, we also are cross-referencing those with our delinquent rental registration list as well. And so I just want to give, this is a multi-pronged effort that's happening within community planning and economic development. And James Nixon is working to get those letters out. And so there are multiple opportunities, as I'm understanding it. And so if they did not pull a permit, that would be another issue, another strike against them operating as an Airbnb.
From a zoning standpoint, that's correct, right?
Yes, certainly from a zoning standpoint, that's right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions from council?
If I may, Councilor Faith.
Have your way.
My question is, how do we know that we are following up with the inspector for each resident and they're actually, whether they're complying or not complying? Right now we have issues with noise and not being followed with the ordinance. How do we know that this is going to fall through with all the inspections?
Thank you, Councilor. So we do have a strategy in place. I will, certainly I've mentioned Granicus, but maybe I haven't gotten into the details about what exactly they provide. So that tracking service does allow us to see which units we've sent letters to, which are sent by certified mail to the landowner, and which units we have not, which units are compliant, which units are not. So we can filter them pretty quickly and easily to continue to keep tabs on the work that we've done and what remains to be done. So in the coming weeks, we'll be going through the list and checking them off and making sure that we're keeping track of that. From a zoning standpoint, we feel confident that over the coming weeks we can address the units that we're aware of through Granicus. For the rental enforcement side, this is actually a very small percentage of the total rental units we have in the city, and I think we're confident that the property maintenance and housing inspection team can certainly handle this number of non-compliant rentals. If it happens to be 100 or 200, that wouldn't be very unusual, and I feel confident we can handle that.
And in regards to the follow-up, so you sent them a letter. If they don't respond, what's the next step?
So typically, we would send 2 letters of notice of violation, letting them know that they're not in compliance with the zoning ordinance and that we need to have a conversation to, explain that. We will attach some educational literature to that letter so that they know what the requirements are. If we're still not hearing from them, typically these weeks are 2 letters apart, then we would send a cease and desist letter. And that does end up with the courts, and there can be fines attached to that. It is, at the discretion of the judge as to how that law is applied and how the fine is applied to the property. But certainly that's the process that we would follow.
And what do you do when you have someone that might be illiterate due to maybe their language or any other disabilities? How do you handle those cases?
So we do have language services. We have a phone service, but we also have translation services here if we need to hire them for a meeting or at City Hall or Propio. We use on the phone regularly with non-English speakers and can quickly access those translation services. If we're still not getting in touch with them by letters, I know that the rental licenses all have, most of them have emails and phone numbers attached to them. So the water and sewer meters also have names and phone numbers. So we have many ways of, I think, getting in touch with the landowner. But eventually it would have to go to the court if we didn't hear from them.
So you're following up with a letter. You don't know if the person reads or writes and don't understand the process, just like the ordinance, which reading at any person that may not have a high school education or maybe even further than that, how are they going to understand this?
Sure. So the first letter that we send is very straightforward and short. And on, I would venture to say, most, if not all, of our city letters that we send out, we have language in there that offers language services. I don't know exactly what that language is. I'm happy to take a look at that. I know we offer that language in Spanish to let them know if there's language services, where to call and how to get in touch with us. But yeah, you're certainly touching on an important, issue for all communications that the city has with its residents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas, what is the percentage of rental properties in comparison to the short-term rentals?
There's 14 plus rental properties in the city of Lancaster, and we're talking about 211, so less than 1%.
I think she means
14,000.
14,000.
Sorry, what did I say?
I think you said 14, Mayor.
But
Oh, 14,000, sorry. Very sorry. So if that gives you some context.
it does. Thank you. Any further questions from council?
I'm gonna be that guy.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
sorry. Scale me on what these violations are at court. And I think we talked about this a little bit previously, but I don't want to have a law on the books that has zero total impact for, non-compliance. So I want to know, what does that look like? So somebody's in violation in 1, 2, 3 ways. Obviously, you are not district justice, but what is the range of penalties?
Sorry, give me one moment, Council President, just making sure I have the right language for you.
Nope, thank you.
So there's possible payment of $500 plus all court costs, including reasonable attorney fees incurred by the city of Lancaster as a result thereof. There's significantly more language than that, but that's the short of it. My guess is it may be per section. I can get into that if you'd like. It says, each day that a violation continues shall constitute a separate violation. So $500 a day in perpetuity for that violation, unless the district justice determines that there has been a violation, further determines that there is a good faith basis for a person that there was no such violation. So the justice could determine that there was a good faith effort to comply and may relieve them of part of that judgment.
And Douglas, just to clarify, is that Is that language generally for zoning violations or specifically for short-term rentals?
So this is just for zoning violations. So there may be rental license issues or other issues through other ordinances that may be in addition to what we're referring to here. And I don't have those numbers or situations at top of mind.
Okay, and then you know what, I'm not going to promise something I can't promise. I was going to say my last question, but that you mentioned, because we talked about it at the committee meeting and we talked about it at the public hearing, which was on the 26th. There were a couple of outstanding questions about different mechanisms that we could use. For example, a residency requirement, which I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think will float in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But say, pegging the ability to have a short-term rental in a given zoning district to density or a particular number. So question one is, I know you mentioned that we need to do more research. Did we get anywhere on that at all? And then I guess question 1A is, as you talked about, like the evolving iterative process, and bear with me a little bit here. It's my sense that this is something that council wants to take action on. And it's also my sense that this is something that council wants to get right. And so I guess what I'm trying to get at is, what does the iterative process look like moving forward? So we do this, and then a month from now, we're like, you know what, no, too many people are coming out under the wire, there's too many popping up, there's, the enforcement is not turning out to be effective the way that we thought, et cetera, et cetera. How high is the burden to come back and say, okay, this did not work out exactly as we planned, we need to sort of course correct? Sorry, that was a lot, but that's my question.
Sure. I fancy myself a cynic, actually, but I actually feel like this is fairly doable, Council President. And I don't think the burden of returning with adjustments is so high that it would be prohibitive. I would say right now the frequency of us amending the zoning ordinance has been roughly every 12 to 18 months since I've been in this position, or over the last 5 years or so. So that would, I think, be a sufficient amount of time to really understand what programmatic challenges we might have from this. Certainly, I am open to identifying them and want to identify them if they're occurring. But I see the next iteration potentially being looking at some other ordinances and how they might complement this effort and further refine it, the rental ordinance being potentially one of them. Chris, did you want to add anything more to that?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Council President. I know that we haven't recommended any amendments to the bill, but that's not for lack of thinking about all of the good suggestions that we got from the public and from councilors last time around. We did look, we began to study options like limitation by geographic concentration or limitation by property owner, or even requiring that short-term rental owner be a resident of the city. We did enough work to recognize that it's going to take a lot more work. And that's both in terms of legal analysis, staff time, but also in terms of administrative analysis, in terms of what's feasible. The more that we complicate the ordinance, the more that means that the enforcement is likely to be a lot more complicated as well. And as we talked about, we have a small planning bureau, we have one zoning officer. So we really did try to think through what would be feasible, and we decided that our recommendation was to move forward with what had been discussed at the Planning Commission, what had been recommended at the Planning Commission. And essentially what we do is we press the pause button on new short-term rentals in R3 and R4 districts. We've heard a lot of concerns about the proliferation and an incomplete understanding of the impact in R3 and R4. So I think what this does is it takes our best crack at a change now, but it also puts us in a position to study how this goes. And as Douglas mentioned, either we could make another zoning ordinance amendment some months down the line, or there might be another legislative tool that could complement the zoning ordinance. So we thought it made more sense to progress with something that we believe has a positive impact now, and then add to that if needed and as necessary.
And if I could add on to Mr. Delp's response to say that in addition to the amendments, in addition to other legislative tools, we also have the procedural tools internally that we will be shaping. This is the first time that we're using Granicus. It's the first time we've ever had a platform that tells us every address of every unit within the city that is operating as a short-term rental. That is updated. How frequently is that updated?
Daily.
Daily. So there's going to be a lot of learning that's going to happen over these next several months. And we would welcome the opportunity to come back to council to provide an update as to how the enforcement is happening, how this is aligning with our rental registration, and the redoubling efforts we are having to bring, to make sure that people who are operating rental properties are licensed to operate those rental properties, and continuing the work of our property inspection team. So all that to be said, I think there's multiple tools in the toolbox. This is one we're starting out of the gate with to stem the tide, if you will, in particular districts, as well as to address other zoning issues that are in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Craig, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
So two questions, and this one is more rhetorical. Genuine, but is it rhetorical or is it genuine? Sorry, you guys have to watch me muse up here. Do we need another zoning officer? Like, I know that council does not typically get into the business of staffing city departments, but another position is, of course, a budget line, and that is something that we do or don't approve. And I think I just want to wonder out loud, if we are going to create like a meaningfully different city from a zoning perspective, like not just here, but when we redo the comp plan, I'm of the mind that government employees, including the two of you, are habitually overworked. Is it reasonable you see, I threw that in so you wouldn't disagree with me. Is it reasonable to expect, with all the changes coming, that, Mr. Thrash is going to, grab hold of all of the zoning officer enforcement business by himself? Like, is it reasonable to ask one person to do that? Which you can answer or not answer, but I want to pose it. And then the second one is, and this you may be able to answer more concretely. Do you know where, or can you show us where those 54, was it? 54 new applications are? Are those on a map somewhere so that we can see, like, not just what we're talking about, but where? Is that a thing that you might have?
Council President, unfortunately, I didn't come prepared with those mapped out. I know that nearly every single one of them are in the R3, R4 district, and I'm happy to pull up a map to just remind us where those districts are.
Right.
If needed, I could go over to Jamil's office and see if the stack is still on his desk, and I could give you an idea of where some of them might be. What would you prefer? I'm happy to pull up the map if that might be helpful.
Yeah, I'm well aware that like R3 and R4 constitutes, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the majority of the land area of what we understand is the city of Lancaster.
That's right.
And so, right, knowing that they are mostly in R3 and R4 isn't terribly instructive.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm wondering is, like, are they clustered in the southeast? We have a lot of neighbors here from the Old Town, Churchtown area. Are there a lot of them there? Are they predominating in the southwest? That's the kind of thing that I'm looking for.
Sure. So I can maybe get at that question from one angle. I don't know if it's the right one, but as I mentioned, we're still getting up to speed on Granicus. There is some additional verification that we have to do in that platform to make sure that it is operating with great accuracy. So for instance, they've initially identified a certain number of units as compliant and a certain number of units as non-compliant. I'm still working with them to refine that because I don't think that what they have on their platform necessarily meets our definitions of compliant. I want to make sure that it's both, it has a rental license and it has a zoning compliance from Jamil. So what I do have, and I don't know that it's perfectly accurate, but Granicus does have a filter where I can show you where all the non-compliant units are in the city. The accuracy of that, I guess, is what I'm drawing attention to for at this moment.
That is cool, but slightly to the left of what I'm asking for.
Right.
Which is I want to know where the new applicants or the folks that are trying to get sort of on board are.
Right. And presumably those 54 applications are marked as non-compliant, as one of the 160 or so non-compliant units that would be on that map. But I couldn't tell you which one they are at this moment without having the stack of applications.
Okay. And the only reason I ask is kind of whatever we do here tonight, right? Like we set administratively, right? Like a May 10th deadline that we are now at. And so I'm trying to get a sense of like, what does the environment actually look like right now? Yeah, and forgive me for being, I'm sure this is the most questions I've asked in a single meeting in a long time, but it's something that sticks in my head. I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead. You look like you had.
I was nodding my head because I understand the desire to understand the geographic concentration. I think that makes a lot of sense. I was going to answer your other question by saying I may let it mostly stand as a rhetorical question at this time, although I will say that yes, it is very important that we are providing the right resources to do the job well. One of the things that the city has been doing over the past many months is a fee study to understand where we are charging fees, where we should be charging fees, and what those fees should be. So there could be a situation in the future. We probably wouldn't want to add to the current budget without a way to pay for that cost. But if there were fees needed at a later time to supplement, that's definitely something that we could explore.
Okay, I'm going to shut up for a while. Thank you all for your forbearance.
Thank you so much.
Further questions from council?
In regards to the community that have not weighed in, they probably have no concept of what's actually occurring at this time. Is there a way to do a survey just like we did R&R, where a lot of the community had surveys there, they weighed in? I mean, the community should have the right to express their concerns or maybe their ideas. And I just see like this is being pushed without getting more people into the decision making because it requires taxpayers' money.
Thank you, Councilor, for the question. I would say that the process that we've been through, utilizing the Planning Commission, and then of course City Council has been the set of public forums to date. As we've mentioned, there were 5 Planning Commission meetings that are open to the public. There subcommittee meeting that was focused on this topic as well. We have used the survey tool to good effect in other places. I would say the question before council today is the cost and benefit of waiting on making a decision. As I expressed at the last hearing, we would definitely be willing to do more analysis. There could be room for more public dialogue. If there was a delay in implementing, that would mean that we would be open to many more short-term rentals happening in the interim. So we tried to move forward as expeditiously but responsibly as possible, recognizing that there was a need in the community.
Further questions from council? then we're going to take questions from the public. Okay, we will be neat and in order.
Neat?
Mm-hmm.
Should I comb my hair?
Yeah, you look great.
My name is Molly McKitterick, and I live in the 100 block of South Duke Street. My neighbors and I started all this. Neighbors, would you please wave just to show you're here and you care? In January, we became alarmed when 3 short-term rentals suddenly popped up in the space of about a block. Old Town, or as I like to think of it by its old name, 5 Points, is a small neighborhood. We are close to downtown and for that reason particularly attractive to Airbnb hosts. Our fear was that we would be overrun by short-term rentals. What would the tipping point be? How many Airbnbs would it take for a neighborhood to become a hospitality district? If you guys don't do anything, we may find out. An editor at Texas Monthly reports on what he observed in Galveston, Texas, where Airbnbs evidently run rampant. Quote, "We had a handful of neighborhoods with largely Hispanic and Black communities that were quickly transitioned into hotspots for Airbnbs and vacation rentals, turning these close-knit areas into playgrounds for wealthy people and for partiers," he says in Slate magazine. We heard earlier about housing shortages in this city. The editor visits a neighborhood where there are about 20 short-term rentals in a 2-block area. Quote, "There's a sense of complete emptiness," he reports. "I didn't see any people, but I did see maids scurrying from one STR to the other. It was like being in a big open-air hotel, except that it was outside and in the middle of the day. It was a really strange experience." The ones in our neighborhood are shuttered most of the time, black holes on the cityscape, an Airbnb ghost town in the making. Since January, at least 2 of our neighbors have been approached by Airbnbers. One couple was forced to take their house off the market rather than sell to an STR. The city has been wonderfully responsive to our concerns, and as Mr. Smith indicated, the zoning amendments are not intended to address the entire nitty-gritty of STR regulation, but they will protect neighborhoods. I urge the City Council to pass the R3, R4 amendment. Let's end the threat to our neighborhoods while still maintaining a healthy SDR presence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your turn.
Hi, my name is Ivan Acosta Velez. This is to the people, you guys that work hard. Did you look into Louisiana has this problem, Puerto Rico, San Juan has this problem, and they didn't do anything? Are we looking, do we have how much the fee is going to be? Is the fee going to cover your time? Because it's a lot of trabajo, a lot of work. So my concern is, I live, in a quiet neighborhood, Green Cemetery, they don't bother me, some of those neighbors, okay? But I'm afraid because it's a beautiful, it used to be a veterans, if people didn't know that, before they knocked the bridge, they made that for the veterans. I'm not a veteran, but I thank them all. So can we look, the fee, the cost, how much it's gonna cost us, okay? Because we're looking at putting all this together, and like Councilman said, I'm sorry, are you gonna need more people to, or just a particular person to do that? Are you gonna involve the visitor center? Some places involve that, so are we looking to expand? And I know it looks big, but sometimes if we rush to something small, then we get stuck. So can we look at some of those cities? Did we look at their ordinance at all? San Juan, Puerto Rico just passed one. Did you look at that one? Okay, St. Louis passed one too.
Thank you for the question. So I don't know that I've looked at those particular cities, but I have looked at a number of city ordinances. I've also referenced best practices that have been put forth by both the County Planning Commission and also the American Planning Association, the national chapter, and they regularly issue different forms of guidance for these types of issues. So the next thing I did to try to contextualize this in Pennsylvania is I looked at a number of local ordinances. I looked at, let's see, the cities that I I looked at, and I forget which ones had ordinances and which didn't, but Allentown, Harrisburg, Gettysburg, Reading, Bethlehem, of course, different municipalities in Lancaster, and made sure that we were ground truth. I also looked at Philly and Pittsburgh, but they have a different regulatory environment, different powers than we do. So I tried to find examples of ordinances and make sure that we are founding this in case law in Pennsylvania too. There are some pending cases in Pennsylvania that could change the regulatory landscape, but those have not been decided yet. So unfortunately, we're on the vanguard of this issue a bit, and we've tried to use solutions that we know are defensible in Pennsylvania.
Now, she said something very important, and I guess everybody didn't hear. And I heard her. When people coming by that they don't care about us. You know what I'm saying? And someone wants to leave the city or they're cutting down on their house. What can we do, okay, as a city to make sure these people don't come and buy our city? Because I don't want them buying my house. Okay? So that's my concern. Can we stop them? Because, it's just a sell thing, and some people, they'll give them 100,000, So are we looking at that? That's very important. You might think it's not, but it's very important to change the landscape of especially her area.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Can we give some other folks an opportunity to ask questions as well?
Yeah, but can you answer that, please?
And,
I will give it.
and I'm sorry, Ms. Craig, we kind of jumped right in.
That's okay.
I should defer.
That
to
is okay.
Question. I'm sorry, the question was about whether we
How
could
can we
prevent.
stop, to buying these there? Can we or we can't?
In most cases, it is a private transaction.
Okay, so it would be leveling the amount that could be in that area, right? Like you said, saying.
So for example, we do have programs through our redevelopment authority, for example, that those homes are then resold with an affordability restriction. So in some rare cases, we have ability to do that, but in most cases, it's a private transaction between one property owner and buyer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Greg Lucier. I live in the 300 block of North Charlotte. And just by way of background, I moved to the county about 12 years ago from Cleveland, Ohio. Lived in township and I moved into the city 5 years ago. I love the city. And what I'm hearing tonight hurts my heart because I'd like to go back to, and you're too young to remember Star Trek, but Dr. Spock would always say, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And I saw in my neighborhood, there was a coffee shop going in, and it's there at 400 block of Walnut, West Walnut. And all the residents protested parking. And I understand, I live in a city. It's a challenge sometimes, but that's part of the city life. And what was interesting about the people that protested this coffee shop, many had off-street parking. They just didn't want it here in their neighborhood. And others that did not have off-street parking were worried that they would lose their sacred spot. And I go back to the fact that I think the Airbnb short-term rental is good for the city. I run into people constantly. I feel like I'm a concierge in the city telling them things to do. What I don't want to see is people going out to Lincoln Highway, staying in a $10 motel when they come to see the Roots and Blues Festival and then have to drive into the city and park anyway. And I guess I don't understand. I'm not an Airbnb owner. I have no desire to own rental property. What I don't understand is this. We always seem to be hung up on parking. There's ordinances about how close parking has to be. Can't people walk? We talk about one of your items on the agenda is a walkable city. Why is parking such an issue? And I will also say, out of respect for what this young lady said about what she read about, I'm a smart guy. I could find a couple articles that could talk about how good Airbnbs are for a city. And I guess one thing that is very clear to me, and Mr. Council President, you asked a lot of questions, and I think we're on the same page on this. We're talking about maybe making a zoning amendment 12 to 18 months out. What's clear to me right now is not enough time has been spent to study all the issues here. It seems like council has questions, residents have questions. Ms. Diaz, you talked about maybe doing a survey. Yeah, we've spent a couple months on this, and it was actually during, again, the pandemic was beginning flaring up. A lot of people may not have come out during that period of time. It just seems like we're trying to jam this through. And it seems like even by your own admission, there's some work to do. And I guess I'd like to put that forward, to do a deeper study, talk to residents, and go back to Mr. Spock. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Let's not get caught up on, well, I don't want this in my neighborhood. Let's look what it benefits the city. When people come into our city, spend money in our city, benefit our city. It's a great city, and I'd like to see it continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Walt Rowan. I live at 24 North Shippen Street, and I've been before you a few times. So I want to say one thing first. This is a very complicated and emotional issue for all of us because we're all stakeholders in this. City government, city officials, you guys need to make the rules and make sure that you can enforce the rules and explain the rules and keep people happy. Residents, we're either renters or we're property owners. We're living in the city. And so we want to make sure, if we love the city as most of us do, we want to make sure that the city continues to thrive and do well. The investor who is coming in or is living in the city and buying property and turning it into an Airbnb. So there's a number of stakeholders in this game. And what we really want to do is make sure that we address all the issues that all the stakeholders have. We do have a short-term rental ordinance in the city. We currently allow it. It is very specific, and what I heard tonight, and I'm thankful that people do listen, the current ordinance says it's a single-family unit that is to be rented as a unit, and it is to be rented additionally to one person who represents all of the people staying in the unit. There's really two things I think tonight that we need to focus on. Number one, we're not taking away Airbnbs. What the amendment is asking is, do we change it primarily in R3 and R4? Take it away. Let the grandfather in those that are in, and in good faith, grandfather in some of those that are beginning to come in, as long as they are in compliance. And the biggest question is, what does it mean to be in compliance? Not just now and in grandfathering, but in the future in enforcement. And I'd like to say that it is in the Airbnb world, it is very typical and normal to divide up properties into multiple units. Our current ordinance does not allow anybody to rent more than one unit as an Airbnb. You can have multiple sections of a property, but you can't have it divided up, and you can't rent it to more than one group. So we talked earlier about it being divided, but if it's a locked door, but it's not a permanent division, then that's still a single-family house. You can have a family come in and two families, one lives, you have the door and you shut the door. You're renting it to one unit, one larger family, but the investor can have the use of multiple sections of that house. That makes sense to me. And I think that makes sense from a definition standpoint and also from a how do you enforce it standpoint. If you have taken a single family house and put a permanent wall between two sections of that house, everybody knows that's two units. And that is not currently in compliance with our law. And we're not saying change that, keep it. The only thing we're saying is let's consider, and I think it's reasonable to consider taking R3 and R4 out of future. We already have some here. We like them. We'll use them. But let's just make sure that we are regulating it and controlling it. We're not taking it away, we're controlling.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening, members of council and the mayor. My name is Mark Campbell. I live at 31 North Shippen Street. I'm a very close neighbor of the fellow who just spoke. There are two properties on our block, one right next to us and 29 North Shippen Street, and the one across the street at 34, which are in their way to becoming short-term rentals. And I want to applaud the city's efforts in addressing this issue, and I agree that there should be legislation passed as proposed in this ordinance amendment to restrict the use of new short-term rentals in R3 and R4 and concentrate them in areas which are more geared toward commercial use rather than making commercial uses peppered in the residential districts. So I support the city's efforts, and I'm glad to speak before you this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
One more thing. I think that taking action on this ordinance this evening is good because it's probably better to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I'm sure there's going to be more things that will come up as you said in the past as this ordinance is working out, and there'll be opportunities to address those by either order ordinances or by future looks at the zoning ordinance. So I urge you to act this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yaroslav Demidovich. I'm not a resident of the city. I live just outside of the city in Blossom Hill neighborhood. But I am here to kind of tell you guys about my dilemma with this. I just found out about this last week. I've been under contract on a house in the city with a specific plan to have an Airbnb right across from the hospital on the 600 block of North Lime Street. So nobody has talked about that before, but I'm sure there's people maybe in this room or not even in this room that had things in the pipeline that were under contract. In my case, this is a short sale. It's a beautiful house that needs a lot of work. And I actually love seeing all these houses in the city being restored. I love the city. I love what all of you guys are doing with the city. But I'm just here to, I guess, tell you guys about the people that are struggling with, that have things in the pipeline. And I don't have an Airbnb yet, but that was my goal. And the purchase price and everything in the deal was meant for an Airbnb. And I think it would be, in my specific case, having a place right across from the hospital would be great for patients, doctors, and I'm sure there's other people that, would love to provide space near the hospital to help care for people. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Christine Kaufman. I live on South Lime Street, and I just wanted to say I appreciate everything that the zoning, especially Douglas Smith, has done to put forward the R3, R4 ordinance. I have lived on South Lime Street for 20 years, and when I first moved there, the block was a mess. We've worked very, very hard as a neighborhood and community to really help make that a livable space for a very diverse group of homeowners and renters. And just like probably in the last 6 months, like 3 houses around me have become Airbnbs, which is really, really upsetting because we've worked so hard to save this community. And also for people who are homeless in this neighborhood and also in the city, it again makes houses like unaffordable. This was a very affordable block when we moved there. There's a lot of people who were low income who live on our neighborhood who no longer can afford to live there. And I find this to be egregious. We've talked a lot about that tonight in terms of equity and healthcare issues, and this is really a social determinant of care when nobody can afford housing. The house across the road from me was owned by Miss Ollie and Mr. Jones, who I think some of you probably know, and they were wonderful neighbors. And their house was sold for $200,000 and then flipped for $600,000 to an Airbnb person. And so that house now has been divided up into apartments, is no longer a single home. And it's really disturbing to see that, because this is a neighborhood that we've worked really hard to, try to keep together. The second thing is the Airbnbs really destabilize our neighborhoods. These are people now who are no longer a part of the neighborhood. They aren't engaged, they're not at meetings, they're not doing anything. They're not helping clean up the neighborhood. In fact, they're creating a lot more trash, not picking up their trash, and their trash is not picked up on time. And also, it does not incentivize people to really work for a neighborhood, because if you spend 20 years like we have working really hard in a neighborhood and then have somebody come in and really buy houses and destroy them, that's very discouraging. The other piece is the historic piece. This is a very historic neighborhood that's supposed to be protected by HARB. Now we have a house that's been destroyed by an Airbnb, and then the other two houses as well now have Airbnbs instead of neighbors. So these are all like a lot of concerns that we have, and we really need this to be changed immediately so that we can really preserve and protect our neighborhoods. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
William Puffer is my name, and I live at 330 Church Street, also in Old Town. And when the original ordinance that we are under now was put together in 2017, there was a real need to increase the lodgings that were available for tourists. And the city was cognizant of that, and probably would have been criticized if they hadn't done anything to accommodate it. They did, and the ordinance as it stands now is very partial to Airbnbs and that whole deal. Unfortunately, the larger operators have operated somewhat in the shadows and have created many, many issues that now are before us. This is one of the reasons that we're here today. It's too bad, because initially this was started out with small homes that had 2 or 3 bedrooms, rented them out, and the owners usually lived there and whatever, and these had a minor impact on the neighborhoods. The Planning Commission has really taken a strong position on this, in my opinion, and they have recognized the need, and they have also constructed a response, a replacement of the ordinance that has hit, I think, on all cylinders. And as you know, there will be no B&Bs in R3 and R4. They've also divided the B&Bs into 2 categories. First is short-term. Those are the conventional ones that we're talking about. And the second one is homestay. That's the one that I just mentioned. That goes back to what originally was years ago when the idea was first kicked around. One of the big things that's happened is that these properties now are going to be considered commercial. This was something that I had pushed for. I was very pleased to see that a number of the people on the Planning Commission apparently felt the same way. When these folks come in, there is no question but what these units, particularly the larger ones, are commercial. And you just heard some examples, but when you pay $600,000 for a property and you have a mortgage and you pay to maintain it, the one right across from where we live did this, and it took $55,000 to pay for the property. No profit yet to the owner. There's another one that was purchased for $925,000 on East Chestnut Street. The mortgage on that one alone is $600,000 something. And the cost of the mortgage alone is approaching $4,900 a month. This doesn't include the other costs to operate this property. When you take these figures and you start to work a little bit with them, these properties are nothing but commercial. The volume that they have to do just to maintain the properties that they have purchased is substantial. And I was very pleased to see that this is included in the new ordinance. The other side of that is that it doesn't seem right that a commercial property that's not called commercial should come into a residential neighborhood and not be faced with the same issues to operate that other commercial uses have to follow. This was another thing. And with commercial, one of the most difficult things to do within the zoning ordinance is to put a commercial use in a residential neighborhood. I've been through this, and I know what you have to go through to do it.
Excuse me, Mr. Buffer.
Yes,
Your question or comment,
sure.
is it going to be directed to them?
Yes.
Okay, because, I mean, we're like 4.5 minutes in, and there's like a line of people behind you that want to make comment or questions as well.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me close this by saying that we are impressed with what the Planning Commission has done. We are advocates, not adversaries, and that has been evident in what we've done. We hope that you will vote to adopt the ordinance that they have produced, and I will close with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Jim Mummert, and I live at 100 block of John Hoff Place. I feel there is one aspect that we're overlooking when we're looking at short-term rentals. Permanent residents living in a residential area are replaced by temporary visitors. Permanent residents have a bond and commitment to their neighborhood. They have camaraderie with their neighbors. These elements are vital in creating and maintaining a strong, safe, and viable community. Temporary visitors do not bring these elements to a community. Of course, they're only going to be there for a short period of time. They have no need to form a bond. Short-term rentals are occupied inconsistently. Structures inconsistently occupied can lead to negative issues when vacant. Because of these factors and others, I believe STRs can be detrimental to the well-being of a residential area, especially when multiple units are located in a condensed area, such as a city block, which now exists in my neighborhood. Plus, it is very disheartening to see single-family homes being renovated to multiple units for STRs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Christopher B. Mall. I live on the 300 block of West King Street. I'm a graduate of McCaskey. I've been a registered master plumber in the city since 1981. I was a part of the original gentrification of Old Town when it was converted in 1978 from low-income housing to the beautiful area it is now. So I have a stake in what's going on here. I purchased a property on West King Street that's in the commercial district. I'm not worried about it. I've spent 1.5 years renovating this to use as an Airbnb. I've been a member of Airbnb community for 7 years. I've gone all over the world, stayed in some beautiful places. And, you're making it sound like we're, trying to cut these houses up into frat houses where they're going to be, drunken revelry all night. That's not the way the Airbnb community works. And I got into this as an investment for my future. And I think the board is kind of jumping the gun with this. You don't, you're not hearing all sides. And you said we've done some work, and we realize there's a lot more work to do. So I think it's a bad idea that we push this thing through tonight without getting more input from people that are directly involved, who's staking their livelihoods on it. I work at the hospital. I'm retiring from there, and this is part of my retirement plan to generate income. And for you to say, you know, I can't take this property that I've invested money and time and effort in, and as a taxpayer of this community, that I can't use that, you know, to better myself and to better the community. This place was run down. It's beautiful now. And I'm looking for guests that are going to come here. They're going to spend their money. They're going to support our businesses. They're going to, you know, go to our restaurants, go to our taverns, go to our shows, go to our theaters. This is, the people I'm looking for in Airbnb. People are going to come to see their children graduate from F&M, from Millersville. They've got sick family in the hospital. They're going to come stay there. Ministers and missionaries from, overseas that want to come and spend time with their churches, it'll be available for them. So let's look at this, in a broad perspective. As I said, I don't want to see Old Town. It's beautiful. I was there. I was there when it was shelled out, when Calvin High redid all those buildings. I was one of the plumbers that worked in that job for 2 years. It's beautiful now. And Airbnb people, I'm telling you right now, aren't looking, to make a quick buck and get in and out and ruin your neighborhood. They are your neighbors. They are your, community members. So let's, I'd say I would, put this on the table for a vote tonight, because you're not, like I said, I think you're jumping the gun. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Laura Garvey, 300 block of West King Street. Maybe we have a little bit of a unique situation, being residents and also a potential Airbnb owner. We bought a property across the street from us, and we are part of the community. My husband and I were part of a big push to revitalize West Strawberry Street. We worked with Impact Missions. We worked with Jim Schultz from LHOP. We've taken classes with Jamie. We volunteered and worked with Millie. We're part of our community, but we also want to open up an Airbnb in our neighborhood. I want to tell you something. You drive anywhere in Lancaster and you look at a house in a bad neighborhood and suddenly it's beautiful. Yeah, probably somebody bought a house to make an Airbnb. People are doing beautiful jobs on these properties. And we're in our neighborhood. We're part of our neighborhood, okay? I have a gift of hospitality. I love hospitality. I love to host people. We're business owners. We had, up until recently, a storefront in our neighborhood. We had community outreaches, food outreaches, art shows, music shows. Now, my question to you is Zone 4. What is that? Is that Chestnut Hill or what? What are the perimeters?
Douglas, can you?
Real quick. While he's looking that up, I just want to say the 300 block of West King Street is not a very desirable block. We have a very transient, we have a lot of rental units. A couple years ago, we bought the Musser-Reigert House, which was a historical mansion that was going to, pardon my French, shit. My husband and I and another partner, we bought it. We saved it from somebody buying it and making apartments. We sold it to a doctor from out of town. Now we got this other property. We're invested in our neighborhood. We're not delinquent, People that have Airbnbs have beautiful properties. Their trash isn't, I don't get it when people were saying they're leaving their trash out, they're not doing this, they're not doing that. The other thing that we were involved in is Lancaster City had a big refugee population through the Worldwide Council of Churches. Do you got a problem with that? I mean, we help people from Bhutan, from the Congo, from the Sudanese, from Eritrea. We can, every time the big influx of refugees come in, We're part of that. We're part of our community. Okay, what am I going to say? Oh, we live here. We have all these rental properties. I'm sorry. You don't know how to throw your trash out, so, you guys can't live here. No, I'm welcoming people in my community because I have a hospitality. I like the diversity. So, anyway.
Thank you. Douglas?
I just, with the Zone 4. So I found out today that we are in Zone 4, but we are not in a nice neighborhood. But we're making our neighborhood nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. And I'll just clarify that the dark orange here, if you can follow my cursor around the screen, that is the R4 district. It generally, so this area right here, that's also north of the city. It generally follows the north-south and east-west corridors. So just to zoom out, you can see there's a strip that goes along East King. It stops where it becomes the CB, the Central Business District. It continues and through the Chestnut Hill neighborhood. It's also along the North Duke Street corridor. The R3 is the much lighter yellow that you see, which is a much broader swath of residential neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. One last comment. When we bought this property in our neighborhood for the specific to do an Airbnb, we have 5 off-street parking spaces. So I feel like I'm hoping that one of my applications is one that's on Jamil's desk because we're all new at this, but we were hoping that with the things that we set in place that there possibly could be an exception to what
Thank you.
we're doing.
Before we continue, in the interest of time, the gentleman at the back of the line will be the last comment.
Hi, my name is Gail Groves Scott. I am in the 300 block of North Lime Street, where I'm a temporary resident and a full-time office there. I am going to ask questions instead of give comments. I have a number of questions. I wish my questions had been answered after the last meeting a couple weeks ago, so we didn't have to answer them. I don't have to ask them at 9:20. And I do think it's really clear that there were a lot of questions here, that there are people in the council that aren't clear what's going to happen, and that we don't know the answers to some of the issues around this, which is disappointing. I'm disappointed that we got here. But first, here's one of my questions. So in the definition of a STR, it says the person would be visiting the Lancaster area. So my question, and it also says fully furnished, written contract registered, no services are provided to the guests. So Yaroslav back here wants to make his property a Airbnb. So if he goes ahead and makes it an Airbnb and completes the purchase and does that, after this has all taken place, if he says that his people are, and he gets a rental license for it, because obviously he'd have to have a rental license, and if he rents it to somebody, and they don't meet some of these requirements, can he argue, I don't have an Airbnb? Like, what if he says, you know what, mine's only partially furnished? Or, you know what, this person is working at the hospital, they're not visiting Lancaster. Or, you know what, I don't have a written contract. So I'm confused about that language. So can you help me understand?
Sure. Happy to answer that, Ms. Scott. And I think I did state this in my email to you earlier, that there's always discretion applied to ordinances. And what we intended here is to make sure that an empty house or a not furnished house is rented as an Airbnb. We wanted to make sure that the accommodations were decent. This definition, that portion of the definition goes back to 2017, the initial amendment to the zoning ordinance. So it's not being proposed for change. I'll leave it there.
So if he puts in his ad on Airbnb that he is providing services to guests such as house cleaning,
So-
then you can't go after him?
Let me clarify. So the service you're referring to, the cleaning service, occurs before they're in the unit. Is that correct?
Probably,
Okay,
but you
and it
don't
occurs
define it
after
that way.
it occurs after they leave the unit. That's been my personal experiences with
When you
that.
go to an Airbnb?
So limiting to have no services be provided means someone's not coming in to cook breakfast, someone's not coming in on a daily basis to clean the unit while they're out for the day. Those services are for a hotel. Those are more heavily, I'd say, regulated commercial services
Well,
that are being provided. So
So that's a definition that you're going to be answering while you're sitting in the office and they're asking you the question. You're saying that's my discretion to understand whether whether the house cleaning counts as house cleaning like a hotel or not. Is that what you're telling me? That it's something that'll be up to you when you decide on the application?
So we make the regulations clear from the time we issue the permit. Those conditions are given to the applicant when they apply for zoning compliance. So we can also see how the advertisement is listed on the various platforms. So if it's being advertised to have daily cleaning services and meals cooked, et cetera, this would be under the definition of a bed and breakfast, which we have in our zoning regulations.
Okay, so what would stop all the people in Old Town who are unhappy about their neighbors buying up and renting, or people buying up and selling Airbnbs? What would stop all of those people from just saying, you know what, it's a bed and breakfast? I've got this person going over there and bringing you breakfast every morning. I've got Panera Bread delivering breakfast every morning, and I'm going to have a house cleaner stop by once a week. So now I'm an Airbnb. Like, what do we have in this ordinance? Because I did not see a clear definition of Airbnb in this zoning ordinance. And it is in many other model ordinances.
So we define short-term rental. We don't define Airbnb in our zoning ordinance. Short-term rental is inclusive of the various platforms as well as other types of short-term rentals potentially. Okay, so VRBO, home away, et cetera. Bed and breakfast is an owner-occupied, manager-occupied establishment with not more than one resident employee. And I could go on. There are other conditions that would be very difficult to meet as a short-term rental. Bed and breakfasts are also regulated in a different way and are regulated by zone as well. So this would really require a sidebar conversation about the bed and breakfast, but I assure you that the short-term rental definition and the regulations are distinctly different from the bed and breakfast.
Okay, well, I just think that most of these people, we know that 75% of the transient rentals right now are ignoring the current regulation because they're not permitted. So I think that they're going to ignore that too, probably. But thank you. I would have liked to have had a sidebar on that a couple weeks ago. So another question I have is what would stop us from requiring a number of things that were left out of our bill, like notification of neighbors, which is something that is in other ordinances, where if you want to get a short-term rental license, you have to notify neighbors, or an attestation that they're paying business taxes to the county. Like, is there anything that would stop us from doing that?
Generally, we do not enforce county, state, federal legislation. We try to make sure that we're in compliance with it, but ultimately it is up to the county to enforce the hospitality tax. It is not the city's purview to administer that tax. So Airbnb does collect taxes, hospitality taxes from all of its units. I've verified that because I've talked to the Lancaster County Convention Authority. They receive revenue from the short-term rentals that operate within the city. The city does not receive that revenue, but the hospitality industry does.
You told us that 29 were registered with the county, right?
That's correct, but I'm saying that the units that operate on Airbnb, and I'm speaking about a specific platform, not VRBO, not HomeAway. Airbnb has a policy that the units that operate through their platform, they remit taxes. And it's my understanding that the Lancaster County Convention Center Authority has verified that in conversation to me because they receive those revenues directly from Airbnb as a remittance.
That's interesting. You're getting remittances from some properties that are not in compliance with our zoning or rental licenses.
That's correct, and that's Airbnb voluntarily doing that.
That's interesting. The other question I have is about the grandfathering. Now, this is the part I really don't understand, because I'm in favor of this, of putting a pause on people opening these up in their neighborhoods, it's not going to affect me, because if I rent, my spouse and I have 3 properties that are rentals, but if we rent them short-term, it's going to be 30 days or more. We're going to rent them month to month. So we're not going to, this isn't going to apply to us, and we already have a rental license. So that's what you can do, sir, is you can rent your property across from Lime Street month to month, and to somebody working at the hospital. You can do that. You just won't be able to, yeah, that'll be one of your options, and I'll do that too. But which I probably won't even do. But what I don't understand is the grandfathering. Why do we have to allow all of those Old Town homes that they're not happy with in the R3s and R4s? Why do they get to continue to exist if they're one of those 54 applications, some of which will be able to comply, I assume, or one of the 41s that's already complying in an R3 and R4? Why?
I'm happy to answer that question. Perhaps we should make this just the last one, just out of respect for the folks behind you. There is extensive case law on grandfathering within zoning in Pennsylvania. If you are permitted use by zoning, 50 or 100 years could pass, and technically you're owed that use that you got approval for. So the 41 units that have the zoning compliance, they are legally owed that right to continue as a short-term rental. That we cannot legally affect. So the new units, the 54 units you're referring to, this is an administrative decision, because any ordinance really should allow some kind of compliance, some kind of opportunity to allow the community to become aware of what's coming down the pike. We tried to strike a reasonable balance in providing that. There was about a 1-month period between that being a piece of public discussion on April 12th and today. We tried to, it was a hard balance to strike. I'll say I've heard a lot of feedback on both sides.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, ma'am.
So the grandfathering, you can still change the regulations, though, because we do that all the time. So the regulations could get tighter on the grandfathered 3s and 4s, correct?
Just a point of clarification, we keep all of our zoning ordinances on file going back to the 50s. I regularly reference decisions from the 80s, 90s, and earlier, and I pull that old zoning ordinance out to see what the decision was made at that time. So there are grandfathering decisions. I will have to actually administer the old ordinance for the approvals that were provided under that ordinance at that time.
All right, well, I thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's disappointing that this wasn't better written and it wasn't more comprehensive, but I'm not going to say that you shouldn't pass it and put pause on it. I understand what my neighbor's concerns are, but this was really,
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Better.
Thank you.
Hi, Christy Griffin. I just have 2 quick comments. I'm representing the small business owner. Me and my husband.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Christy Griffin. My husband and I own and operate several small businesses in Lancaster, and tourism has really helped fuel those. We also have a building on the 300 block of Queen Street, and I know and have spoken with many of the business owners on that block, and any of them will tell you that Sundays and Mondays are some of their biggest retail days, and it's not locals who are supporting their business. It's tourists that are supporting their business. Small businesses keep the city alive. Tourism has helped fuel that and explode that. So just to recognize that Lancaster's becoming an awesome place to live. It has not always been like that. 20 years ago, we had a Woolworth downtown, and that was it. So a big part of this city being the great city that it is the tourists that are coming here and spending those dollars, and that's what Airbnb guests do when they come to Lancaster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I just want to say I'm excited to be here. I feel like I'm on an episode of Parks and Rec. You guys make a great Ben Wyatt and Chris Traeger. So, okay, sorry, just trying to lighten things a little bit. I am a concerned citizen. My father and I, we purchased a property, and we have this. We've loved working together on it. It's on my block that I live on the 300 block of North Pine. I'm Colleen, by the way. And we are $350,000 into this property. I have been working tirelessly night after my kids go to bed on this property. And we are so excited to welcome people visiting Franklin and Marshall College, families. We have an Airbnb a few blocks down, and I have enjoyed so much welcoming those families and telling them about Sight and Sound Theater and all that Lancaster has to offer. And so I feel like the door is just being slammed in our face on this dream, and it is so disappointing. This has felt very fast for me. When I saw the articles in the news, I was crying. So I just want to say, we have ample parking. I live on the block, like a few folks here said. Our local businesses, Mean Cup Coffee, and some of those are so excited to welcome tourists, of course. It's just a great way to bring families here instead of asking them to stay at the Marriott, especially since we're walkable to so much where I live, including the college. And then the question I had was if this does proceed and if the door is slammed on R3 and R4, as proposed from my understanding, how do we appeal or apply for a variance? If you could answer that.
Sure. And I'll say, congratulations on the property and all the hard work. I know that really does take a lot of time and effort to do that. So if this ordinance were to be passed tonight or some other night, you could apply for a variance of that if you chose to. That would go to the zoning hearing board. You can find a use variance application on the city's website under our zoning page. It takes about a month to get on the agenda. And then the zoning hearing board is made up of 3 residents who live in the city. They're advised by our zoning officer, Jamil Thrash, as well as a solicitor that's hired to provide legal counsel for those matters. So you would be requesting a use variance under the new ordinance. There's a fee that's attached to that application, and there's legal notification and advertising for those requests.
Okay, thank you. And
Sure.
how could we appeal if we would like to appeal this?
Appeal the ordinance that's
Yeah.
proposed. So I suppose I might have to defer to others on that.
Before I answer the last question, I just wanted to add to what Douglas was saying. This is bringing us way back to the beginning of the presentation. One of the things that he noted in one of the slides was the role that variance plays in zoning. Zoning is a painstaking code, and as you can see, there are a million different situations and scenarios. And I don't want to give any false hope or misstate, but I do think it's important to note that there is a variance process for a property owner to seek a change in R3 and R4. A big part of the zoning hearing board process is listening to other stakeholders in the neighborhood, other members of the community. So I just wanted to note that that is an important part of situations that may be exceptional in some way. As far as the appeal question, if I maybe not understanding the language properly, but if you don't support the bill, or if you want to change the bill, basically doing what you're doing now is the right forum before City Council.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm
I see
Heidi.
you snuck in there.
I did. I'm Heidi, I'm on East.
We're going to give you 3 minutes.
Oh,
Thank you.
that's- So she asked the one question I had. The folks who are going to get their certified letters and are oblivious to all of this, will there be an arena for them to discuss or question or give their input? Because I only learned about this a couple weeks ago myself, so I don't know. I know there are other people that don't know about it.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Shirk. So certainly they would probably deal with staff first, make sure that, they are in a district that's non-compliant or they can't meet the conditions of approval. For, those who can meet the spirit of the ordinance, we always take a collaborative approach with residents. I think you know that from some of the requests that you've made. We spend a lot of time with applicants at the city. So if that still did not satisfy the request and they were concerned about the ordinance itself, I imagine City Council as a legislative body would be the forum for providing that concern. The Planning Commission potentially would be another forum, since they do make recommendations to City Council for zoning amendments.
Okay, Perfect. And I do thank you for all the work you're doing on this. And I do hope that you continue with those clarification slide that you had, all those other things to do more research. A side note, people have indicated that Airbnbs are left vacant a lot. I would like to note there are a lot of other vacant properties in the city owned by people like county coroners or things like that, that have been sitting vacant for a very long time, that are more of a blight than any Airbnb might be. Just a side note on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Morrissey, Washington Street, which is in Old Town. Before I talk on some of my prepared comments, I'd like to say I want to address some what I think are misleading things I've heard in the last few minutes as well. Also want to talk about Mr. Mummert's comments when he mentioned Old Town and the camaraderie of neighbors. There's a neighborhood association there, it's not a homeowners association, that's very active in maintaining common areas, including some of the city-owned property, little parks, areas like that. I don't think Airbnb renters will participate in that process, quite frankly. And the more Airbnbs or anything else that moves into the area and takes over the residents' homes, you're going to have fewer people interested in maintaining the property. So Airbnbs do not necessarily contribute to the upkeep of property. Next, I've heard that there are studies out there that say Airbnbs or other short-term rentals are good for a city. Well, that may be so, but I think it's predicated on where those Airbnbs are located, not just anywhere, because outside of moment studies that show you quite the contrary, that an Airbnb in a residential area is not good. To say that Airbnbs and that many of the properties being renovated in the city are probably being done by Airbnb owners is probably an exaggeration, because many of the people in this room have gone through the process of renovating their properties, not because they wanted to put in an Airbnb, but for their own personal pleasure. So I think some of these statements are just so slightly misleading. Now, I'll give you something that was in the U.S. News and World Report in 2020 about renters being thrown out of their properties, out of their apartments, because the property owner decided to sell or at least create an Airbnb because it was higher rental. Those renters were forced to move out, and unfortunately, many of them were forced to go into higher rent districts, thus creating hardship for them. That's a fact. This has happened all over the world, not just the U.S., but many cities in this country. So we need to look up that data and understand it. Next, Forbes, February 2020, reported on an analysis by the Economic Policy Institute, found that cost outweigh benefits in many cases, particularly in residential areas where they refer to it as Airbnb effect. Two things. One, increases rents in the area. Fact. That's data, not an opinion. Increasing housing costs, making it more difficult for new buyers to enter the property. Fact, not opinion. This is based on studies. Now, I'm not sure if this is accurate, but I guess that as market value of properties increase, I'm willing to suggest that at some point in time, the assessed value of that property may also increase. Now, I know the millage rate may remain the same or go down, but you can't guarantee that. So I think there's a risk in the neighborhood that we will face increased tax obligations. Next, the city, and I've heard it many times here, that affordable housing is a goal of the city. In fact, I think it might, or should be at least, in the new long-range plan, which I think is under development now and supposed to be ready by the end of this year, which, by the way, says we should engage the whole community in the production of that plan, and it reflects a community consensus in all the decision-making in the city, and that key that they address the housing situation. Maybe we need to understand what that long-range plan is before we start making decisions to bring in more Airbnbs. I just think there's a lot that needs to understand about the real implications and risks of putting Airbnbs or other short-term rentals into a residential area. The evidence suggests, the studies suggest, it's not good. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, okay, thank you, everyone, for your comments and your questions. We have had a real robust discussion, and I don't think we can discuss this anymore today. So, being said.
Thank you, Councilor Craig. Council members, first off, Douglas, Chris, thank you. I'm sure this will not be the last of these, but so it goes. So I think, councilors, there are really three options here, if I may be so bold. Of course, we have the option to pass it, one, not pass it, two, and the possibility was floated by staff, I believe it was last week, to pull out part of the the part of the amendments governing short-term rentals separately and pass the rest of the amendments, which by now we have probably all forgotten that there is anything else in this. But those are our options. So, but at the moment, what we have, I believe, is a motion and a second. And so we have an item on the floor. So, unless there is, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Baker.
Aye.
Mr. Kolexty.
Aye.
Ms. Craig.
Aye.
Ms. Diaz.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
And President Smith-Waddell.
Aye. On to the next one.
We thank you all.
I'm going to actually, forgive me. I'm going to provide a moment here. I know we've been here forever, but if there is anybody who would like to leave at this moment, because this is what they were here to talk about, I'm going to make a couple of moments for you to file out.
That was so.
How you feeling?
Also, for what it's, okay, two things. If we could prioritize an orderly and efficient filing from the room if we're going to. And then staff, I think we are here, but I think the sense is very much that this may not be the final word on this permanently. And so there were a couple of floating questions that I think council would still like answers to. Thank you. We will resume in 1 minute.
But I injured my hand.
Okay, thank you everyone for bearing with. We'll get back into it here. Give me just a second. All right, bill number 8, 2022, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Mr. President. An ordinance of the City of Lancaster, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, providing for the amendment of Chapter 300, Article 19 of the zoning ordinance of the City of Lancaster, providing for certain definitions, establishing certain general and specific standards relating to the location, placement, and construction and maintenance of small wireless communications facilities, providing for the enforcement of said regulations, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, Councilor Craig.
Thank you, Council President. This ordinance is also a proposed amendment to the city zoning ordinance, but it focuses only on wireless communication, regulations. The state of Pennsylvania recently updated their wireless communication for consistency with federal law. All local municipalities must be in compliance with House Bill 1621. This amendment aims to maximize local control, preserve historic character, and reasonably provide for the facilities. Also, regulations to the public right-of-way have been removed and are addressed in the next ordinance on the agenda. Zoning addresses private property facilities, and the next ordinance addresses public right-of-way facilities. The City Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend the amendment. And again, we have Douglas Smith sitting there to answer any questions that we might have. I don't have it. Questions from council? Questions from the public? Okay. Hearing no questions from either the public, and I don't know about Comcast, or council.
Sorry, that one stuck with me. Mr. Harris?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Beke.
Aye.
Mr. Kalexty.
Aye.
Ms. Craig.
Aye.
Ms. Diaz.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
And President Smith-Waddell.
Aye, thank you. That brings us to Administration Bill Number 9, 2022.
An ordinance of the City of Lancaster, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, providing for the amendment of Chapter 263 of the Code of the City of Lancaster, providing for definitions, establishing certain general and specific standards relating to the location, placement, construction, and maintenance of small wireless communications facilities in the public right-of-way, providing for the enforcement of said regulations, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilor Craig?
Thank you, Council President. So this ordinance goes hand in hand with the last ordinance and regulates wireless facilities in the public right-of-way, and has also been recommended for approval by CPED and also the Department of Public Works. And if there are any questions, we still have Douglas and we still have Chris. Questions from council? Questions from the public?
Keith Holland, 315 West Mifflin Street. The question I have on this is really, does it really affect the high school kids, grade kids and stuff like that, that they can use this wireless program? No.
No, Mr. Holland, so just to clarify, these are basically antennas that are needed to provide like 5G internet access on our cell phones. This is a bill to come into compliance with some federal and state regulations around how we permit these sorts of wireless facilities on top of, say, electric poles.
So the students cannot use this or have access to it?
Correct.
It's a
So
wireless
if
unit.
they have a cell phone, they might be benefiting from the access that's being provided. But actually, the city has little to no ability to deny these facilities in the right of way. We have some design standards that we can adhere to, and that's basically what this ordinance accomplishes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Council President? None.
Hearing none, Mr. Harris?
Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Beke.
Aye.
Mr. Kalexty.
Aye.
Ms. Craig.
Aye.
Ms. Diaz.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
And President Smith-Waddell.
Aye, thank you. Thank you, Douglas. That brings us to ordinances for first reading. Administration Bill number 10, 2022, and I'll say it again just to save us all the heartache that it is an ordinance for first reading. Mr. Harris.
Yes, Mr. President. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lancaster approving a memorandum of understanding between the Lancaster County Conservation District and the City of Lancaster, authorizing the appropriate officials of the City of Lancaster to enter into such memorandum of understanding, providing for the repeal of inconsistent ordinances, providing for the severability of the ordinance, and providing that the ordinance shall take effect in accordance with Pennsylvania law.
Thank you. Councilor Walsh.
Sure. So this bill, like we said, is for first reading, and this is an agreement that allows the city to work with the Conservation District on communication and programs related to environmental issues, including erosion and sediment control, and municipal separate stormwater systems and discharges. So there are communications that do happen between the two agencies, but this just formalizes the agreement.
Are there any questions from council? Or the public? Yep, just come up to the mic, please.
What's the purpose of the memorandum? Because I know the Conservation District and the city do work together and partner together. Is this something that you're having a memorandum of understanding that something's going to happen for the next several years? I mean, maybe because I didn't get to read the memorandum, what is it stating?
That's a great question, and I'm really happy to have Director Campbell here to be able to clarify exactly what the MOU is for and maybe the length or the duration of the agreement.
Thank you very much again. This really is almost strictly an administrative option because, as you've said, the Lancaster County Conservation District and the city do often work with each other, but on a regular basis, there has to be a codification that we are working together, that we are cooperating, that we're sharing resources, that the education materials that are made available by the county, by the Conservation District, et cetera, can be distributed and pointed to the right sources and the right destinations by the people in the city of Lancaster, and that we have entities who are willing to work with each other at the county and the city level. There is no cost to this resolution. It is just to make sure that we are officially available to each other to be able to do this work. Obviously, there is a little bit of cost in the sense that the time that city staff spends making sure to direct things to the right parties does take place. If there are applications for certain kinds of stormwater interventions, et cetera, that may be positively or negatively affected by what the Conservation District may make available, then we are to work, if you will, there's a sense of mutual obligation that we work with each other to make the other party aware of the information and or the venue to have access to the information. But to your point, this is almost strictly an administrative acknowledgement that there has to be a relationship between the two in order for this to work. That's a good question. Let me just check. I may have to get back to you on that, but if there is a duration, I will make sure that it is publicly presented, not only to the council, but to that is correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the public? Okay, thank you. We'll go then to Administration Bill number 11, 2022. Mr. Harris.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lancaster, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, establishing appropriations of $924,891 of American Rescue Plan Act proceeds received in 2021, providing for the appeal of inconsistent ordinances, providing for the severability of the ordinance, and providing that the ordinance shall take effect as provided by Pennsylvania law.
Councilor Baquet?
Thank you very much, Council President. So we were presented on this bill at our committee meeting. This bill addresses a change that was made to the U.S. Treasury guidance between the time that we passed budget actions in September of 2021 and when the final rule was released in January. The final rule allows for a higher percentage of funds for revenue replacement. So in compliance with that final rule, we may now appropriate an additional $924,891 for lost revenue. Mr. Hopkins, if there's anything else that you needed to add. Okay. That's all I have, Council President.
Are there any other, not other, questions from council? From the public? Good evening, Ms. Byrd.
Darlene Byrd, Ann Street. Once again, we're looking at council and calling on accountability, transparency, and responsibility. You told us you would not spend money. We just talked about the ARPA money. Again, you're passing a bill, spending this $34 million. Yes, because it says you can, but when we came before you and asked for the money, we were told, oh, we don't know how to report it. But yet you're continuing spending that money. I asked you once before, Jamie, what have the city spent out of that ARPA money? You say you don't really know, but that's your job to know because you're representing us, the people, and you got $34 million that council said would be used for the community, put aside $4 million that's sitting there that only takes a resolution from council to award this money on a project you all agreed on. Now, I understand maybe your mind changed, then say that. Don't sit here and keep putting us off. Mayor, you promised this money back before in January, then you came to council and you said, oh, I made a mistake. I'm sorry, it's my fault. We don't know what we're going to do. We have to hire a consultant. We have to hire staff to manage this money. You're going to get it in March. It's May. And we sat there in our board and we talked to you, and without saying that, you would make sure that we got this money. Council members, all of you said you agreed. What are you waiting on? You're continuing to spend this money. You keep trying to act like regulations are allowing you to spend this other $100,000 in addition to what you already got in lost revenue. I think when you presented the budget, that was not there. You were not counting on spending the ARPA money when the budget was passed. And now it came, and all of a sudden now there's a shortfall. I think you need to explain where the shortfall came in and why we're having to spend this money. Because this was taxpayer money and it's a one-time money. And there is no transparency. And council, you need to be held accountable. And you're not being now.
Council President, if I may.
Councilor Baquet?
Or Councilor Baquet.
I will defer to Councilor Arroyo.
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarification, the consultants who were hired for compliance services due to subrecipients that are receiving the ARPA funds. But I would appreciate if Mr. Hopkins would speak to the allowance of ARPA funds for revenue replacement, as was discussed multiple times before. But I do want to clarify that money that is allocated specifically for affordable housing projects is using the services of a consulting firm, so that way subrecipients that do receive the money are following a process and able to follow proper reporting procedures, so that way city residents aren't on the hook with tax dollars if something were to go wrong for whatever reason. So I just want to clarify that. But Mr. Hopkins, if you can clarify the revenue replacement part, I think that'd be great for everyone.
Sure. Just a second. I'm sorry. Councilor Baquet, if I may, just tack on an additional. Would you also, because it feels like actually this feels like a thing that we have a pretty tight handle on, would you also describe any ARPA expenditures to date? That is to say, money that has left a bank account designated for the city to go to another bank account? or, or if you decided to,
Or to the city's own bank account.
Right.
yeah, or if you decided to throw it off a cliff, just what happened with it?
Let me start with
Please.
that, the answer to that one. So the funds that have been spent to date were the purchase of the Oyster Point property, which is adjacent to, in West Hempfield Township, which is adjacent to city water reservoir facility, with the idea that that will be available for future expansion of the water system. When City Council approved that expenditure of the ARPA dollars, City Council also adopted a reimbursement resolution stating that we were essentially going to pay ourselves back for that expenditure through the issuance of a future bond issue. So while that was a $5.9 million property purchase for a 37-acre property, those funds will actually come back to the city through a future borrowing. So that was one expenditure. The second expenditure was for, well, the second allocation was the $5 million affordable housing allocation that City Council adopted. Of that $5 million, $995,000, of that $5,995,000 was the purchase of the property on the corner of Northwest End and Marietta Avenue. And that was not the city directly purchasing that, but it was a contribution to HDC Mid-Atlantic so that they could purchase that property to hold and control that property for the development of future affordable housing in the city. And then the third allocation to date of the American Rescue Plan Act funds was, was for the initial revenue loss, revenue replacement calculation that City Council adopted in December of 2021. And that gets me to those are the expenditures that have occurred to date.
Sorry, if I could just add that the expenditure, the revenue replacement expenditure was part of the budget. And that was if you look on the budget documents on the website, there's a specific call out for the revenue replacement dollars that we used to fill the hole, the deficit in our budget, which allowed us not to include a property tax increase for this year.
So, thank you, Mayor. Just one clarification on that. So the revenue replacement dollars that we're talking about in this ordinance and which City Council approved, the initial one that City Council approved in December of 2021, is for revenue that will be recognized in the city's 2021 fiscal year. That was an unbudgeted source of revenue because the 2021 budget was adopted in December of 2020 before ARPA even existed. So we did not know that ARPA was going to exist when the 2021 budget was adopted. That said, the way, and one of the challenges here for everybody's understanding is that we are talking about different segments of funding allocations that are authorized by the American Rescue Plan Act. As Councilor Arroyo talked about, the funds that we're talking about that would be that were granted to the city among the $39.5 million that the city was granted by the American Rescue Plan Act, the funds that would go to sub-recipients are under a whole different set of regulatory issues within the U.S. Treasury guidance. And that's why that additional RFP process that's been discussed and which Councilor Arroyo has outlined has to be done so that we can make sure that both the city and any sub-recipients are in legal compliance with the U.S. Treasury guidance. So that's that part of it. The revenue replacement dollars is in a different sort of segment, if you will, of the American Rescue Plan Act. The only regulation that applies to the use of those funds is that they have to be used for general government purposes. So we have to report to U.S. Treasury on a quarterly basis about how the revenue replacement dollars have been used and how we are planning to use future revenue replacement dollars. So what this ordinance itself does is basically it catches us up to a change that occurred with between
the end of 2021, when we were working under the the interim final rule that the U.S. Treasury issued, said that revenue replacement calculation could be based on a 4.1% growth factor. For when the final rule was issued by U.S. Treasury in January, and then additional guidance out in February, they changed that percentage calculation from 4.1% to 5.2%. And that's why the total revenue loss calculation that would go to the city's 2021 revenues would increase from about $3.2 million by an additional about $925,000, so up to a little bit over $4 million. There are 3 additional years of those revenue loss calculations that can be made under the U.S. Treasury, the final rule. What we're talking about now is the revenue replacement for 2021. There would then be calculations for 2022, 23, and 24. As the mayor referenced, we did include an estimated calculation for revenue replacement in the 2022 budget, and that number was $4.5 million. I think that answers the questions that were on the table, but I'm here.
Yeah, but before I jump in again, Councilor Arroyo, were you satisfied?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hopkins. I'll make sure to refer to this clip in the video and for future reference.
I'm not going in here.
Actually, hold
Okay.
on, Mr. Acosta-Velez, give me just a second. No, you are fine. I was not done with him. Hey, Councilor Bakay,
I'm
if I
still
may.
not going anywhere.
Which was just to say, so what is, because I do not have the document in front of me, just for our collective edification, what is the difference in the amount budgeted as for revenue replacement as, a line item in the budget and what we're talking about right now today?
So the amount that we're talking about today was not in a city budget.
Okay.
Right, so we adopted the 2021 budget in December of 2020, pre-ARPA, didn't know that it was going to exist. When we presented the 2022 budget,
right,
we presented a projection for year-end 2021 revenues that included the original ARPA revenue loss calculation that City Council ultimately adopted in December. That was for the $3,159,776,000.
Right.
That was just for the projection, but that was never included in an actual budget.
Okay, I was just trying to get clarity, and Mayor, that aligns with your understanding, because where I was confused is when you said this was an item budgeted for. I want to be specific because, at the end of the day, is that we have to go out and explain this to people, so I want to make sure I'm not talking out of the side of my face. So is that what you understand as well, Mayor? Is that? Are we on the
Yes,
same page?
and, yes.
So the only other thing I'd add there is that one of the additional challenges here is that the accounting and audits is a look back, right? So this calculation under the Treasury final rule is really a comparison of our actual 2020 revenues compared to our actual 2019 revenues. That calculation is done after the close of the 2020 fiscal year, which is why it's recognized as 2021 revenues. So we're always going to, in this calculation that will happen over a 4-year period, we will always be 1 year behind the comparison. The next comparison that will be done, the next calculation that will be done, will be after our 2021 audit is completed, and we'll be comparing 2021 revenue to 2020 revenue, and that any revenue replacement that is approved by City Council would then become 2022 revenue. And that same cycle will go for the next 2 years after that. And I hope I've clarified things and not made them more confusing.
Those things typically happen at the same time in city government. So, Councilor Bakay, thank you for your forbearance. I'll hand it back to you.
Sure thing.
My name is Ivan Acosta-Velez. I live at 804 Highland Avenue. How much did we get? $39 million, right? Out of $39 million, we're taking 5 for the community, right? Affordable housing, okay?
Are you,
No, I'm just
are you
clarifying,
vamping or are
so
you
I
asking-
understand because I'm confused.
are you
Because you're
vamping or
talking
are you
about
like
the
asking a
pie.
question? I don't mean to
You
be-
know, I'm talking about the pie,
Yeah,
okay?
so,
What was the amount that we got? 34?
39.5.
$39 million. We're taking 5? Okay, who made the regulations? Do you have copies of the regulations that came down from HUD or from wherever they came? You have copies of those? Are they available to the citizens? Do we have to write a paper to get it? Can I get it, please?
hold on, yeah,
I don't have that survey. Unless you can make me a copy and charge me 15 cents per copy. I don't have a
Yvonne,
problem
And do
with
you one better. There's a PDF, and I'm thinking we can probably just send it right to you.
I
It's
would-
lengthy, I'll warn you, but
that. Oh,
yes.
no problem. My concern is, okay, we got this bunch of pie, okay, as a citizen myself, okay? And we have this one that we're stretching and stretching and stretching. So you have to see how we feel, okay? You sit there, you have all the information. Share it with us, okay? The people that are asking you, I don't know. You need to know, okay? Tienes que saber, okay? It's very important. That's why we get mad at you, okay? And if you don't know, get him in trouble, okay? You need to tell us so we can work with you, so we can call whoever we need to change this. And that's why we are frustrated with you. It's not personal. And any of you that take it personal, we'll take it outside because it's not personal, okay? It's that you're in a position to make decisions. Mayor, we're not fighting with you. We're in the same team. You don't understand that. We're asking, let me finish. We're asking questions and, you know, it's not you. You know, you're in the power seat. We need to know from this pie, when are we getting it? We're getting tomorrow, mañana. People get frustrated, especially if we come from Africa, Puerto Rico, from the Caribbean. We need to know. And Councilman can let you know, because he, okay? So my concern, can I ask you, please, it's very important. Let us know where the pie is, like you're doing today. And another thing, come on, let's stop replacing. This is, we're putting a deficit. We're covering deficits. Let's talk like English. Replacement means a deficit. We're having a deficit, okay? And we're having the deficit because we don't want to raise taxes.
That's part of it.
It's part of it, but it's a deficit because we don't have it. So people need to know. Replacement, it looks like fancy footwork, please. You know, and maybe I sound like a little bit, and I'll finish up, you know, please, let us know. You sit there, oh, boom, 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 you know, and we get frustrated, okay? And we love you guys sometimes, okay? So, God bless.
well, Yvonne, before you go away, I need you to, do you mind telling me your email?
Ivan, A for Apple, V for Vélez, primero, 1 at yahoo.com. And it's so long because before, it's an old one. They made me do it when I was teaching Apple Tech stuff.
I love it. It's gonna bore the crap out of you, but I'm sending you the final rule right now.
Yeah, but I would appreciate that so I can share with my community, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Baker, if I may, just for the benefit of the public.
Mine is Reverend Edward Bailey,
After
Rev.
Bailey,
Edward
please.
Bailey at AOL.com. I'll be glad to get the same information. I just have a question, and I don't know politicalese and all that kind of good stuff. I know this child got up and asked about her building. I would like to know how much is being spent in the southeast of all this money that folk are getting. One of the mayors got money for the number of poor people that were in the southeast, and he did something at Altamira Park. So I'm sure there must be some kind of form that you folk fill out that talks about the number of poor people you have in your city. And I'm assuming that many of them are in the southeast. So I would like to know how much of this money that you're bringing in is actually going into the southeast, and what are we doing? What's the plan for the southeast? And if you can do that, I would deeply appreciate it. $39 million that you're going to get? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and that is a great question, and we absolutely will answer that as part of the strategy, as part of the decision-making related to the $39.5 million. And if you don't want to wait, or if you are curious to find out about the other funds that the city has received and where we're investing those, you can go to LancasterBlockByBlock.com. There's a dashboard. It shows our investments by quadrant in the city. That's an important place for you to look for other funding that we are dedicating to improving our neighborhoods in the south of the city specifically.
Okay, because I just heard you say they bought a parking lot for something in the future. And
Yes.
Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah. And I'd love to talk with you more about that,
I'll
Reverend
be
Bailey.
glad to do that. Be glad to do that. And the last thing is, how much, have you called together residents in the southeast and persons in the southeast? Some of us have a little bit of influence in the southeast. It'd be nice if we were in on some of that decision-making, at least to hear from us what we think ought to happen in our community and what you want to see in our community, rather than just planning it somewhere else. Because I was in on a city meeting when they planned what was going to go out towards the college and where they stopped the downtown. I saw that plan. I saw when they did it, the people from that part of the city got a big chance to speak into what was going to happen going out that way. I would like to see the same for the southeast. We ought to be able to have some say in what's going to happen. Call together community residents and let's sit down and talk about it, especially those of us who have some influence in the community.
I would be happy to share with you the outreach that we have done to prioritize the investments related to ARPA and to talk to you specifically about our housing strategy.
I'm talking about talk to some of the leaders, because usually you pick up people that nobody knows and they're not leaders in the community. And then when something goes wrong, people have to come and get me. That shouldn't be. Let's talk about those things. There are people in the community, Reverend Forbes, myself, and others, who people hear from and listen to and get their information from, and also disseminate, help them to hear what you folk are saying. And it'd be nice if we could get that information beforehand, rather than getting it from people we don't even know, who have no time in the community, don't work in the food banks, don't work with the people locally, but yet they're always making decisions for us. So I would just like to ask you to be able to do that. And if you get me some of that information in email, we'll make sure we disseminate it to people in the community.
Thank you, Reverend.
I'm not just going to get to the answer, because what I had said, is, Amanda, what you had read is that the Treasury Department has changed the percentage of money that the city is allowed to use to capture lost funds.
Correct.
And I want to know where that loss is coming from, because you didn't have that until the Treasury Department said, okay, now you can take 95%, now you can take 100%. Now all of a sudden, we have this loss in our city to get this money, to take this money out of the 39 million put in revenue.
I'm almost certain that what Mr. Hopkins is going to say is, we actually probably have lost more revenue than that, and the feds revised how much we can get back. But, do your thing.
Okay, let me, this would be easier with charts than me explaining it, but let me try to explain the way this revenue loss calculation is done. What the calculation looks at, the city's total revenues, excluding the water fund, for whatever reason, that is part of the Treasury regs, or the Treasury requirements. They look at the city's total revenues, back out certain portions of federal and state grants that we receive. So they looked at that number in 2019, and then that same number in 2020. What the interim final rule stated was that and this cuts across the entire country, so every single municipality that is a recipient of ARPA funds can do this calculation. They looked at 2019 total revenues and make an assumption that if COVID had not existed, that our revenues would have grown by 4.1%. And the difference between our actual 2019 revenues and an assumed growth rate of 4.1% is the difference that we're talking about. That's what City Council approved back in December of 2021. What they changed was, now they looked back across the country and said, on average, local government revenues without COVID would otherwise have grown by 5.2%. So now we go back and look at 2019 total revenues and say, if those 2019 revenues had grown by 5.2%, what would the difference be? And that is our, and I have to put air quotes around it, that is our revenue loss calculation. That is how that's arrived at. So it's the change from 4.1% to 5.2% that makes it grow by about $925,000.
That represents the difference.
Then going forward, the same calculation is made. So then we look at 2020 actual revenues, and then had the 2021 actual revenues. Did they grow by more than 5.2% over the prior year and 5.2% over the prior year before that? So it's like this compounding effort going forward over a 4-year period. That's how the calculation is done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that explain it? Okay, sure.
Terrific.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilor Bakay. That moves us to resolutions. Administration Resolution Number 42, 2022. Mr. Harris.
A resolution of the Council of the City of Lancaster authorizing the mayor and the City of Lancaster to submit the RCAP formal application and business plan for $950,000 to the Commonwealth Redevelopment Assistance Capital Program for the Lancaster City Police Station project.
I'll hear a motion.
A second.
We have a motion and a second, Councilor Diaz.
It was just basically explained that $950,000 will be for the redevelopment assistance CAP grant program to be used to renovate the Lancaster Police Station. I don't know if anybody has any questions regarding this. I think it's straight and forward.
I'll just add, Counselor Diaz, if I may, that the renovations that are required in the police department have to do with structural repairs that need to be made in the garage area. These are structural issues that are degrading the safety of the rear portion of the building, and that is the major impetus for this funds and the biggest expense to be used.
I just have one small comment. Does this add anything additional from like the riot that occurred, or this is something different?
These are long-standing structural issues that weren't addressed previously that have now come home to roost.
Thank you.
Other members of council? The public?
I have a very important question. Ivan Acosta, 804 Highland. Mayor, we had sued the contractor or something. No, I want to, if it hasn't.
Ivan, I know it. It's crazy. And
What happened?
I honestly, I cannot, you remember this because of when the building was built and all of the history
And I
related to
didn't
that
want
building. And it is such a sore spot around here because of things that just didn't get done. Now we have to fix it. And so, one of the things that when you come into office, you inherit the infrastructure that you've got. This is what we've got, we got to fix it.
I understand, but my concern is, there's more danger there. Did we ever get anything from that company? Or even $1, $2?
So that was 20 years ago when that building was built, and I don't have the answer to that. We can go back.
Yeah, I really would like to know. The reason is, we're still paying for that, right? Bond issue? Are we still? We still paying for that, right? Yeah, because they're gonna retire in a couple of years.
Likely not, or we're hanging on the end
Because
of
we had
it.
bonds, and I was just worried.
Yeah.
I think those bonds were still.
The funds that paid for that, I believe, were in first a 2002 bond issue, and then maybe like a 2005 bond issue. Typically, those are 20-year bond issues. They've also since been refinanced. So there may still be some debt outstanding from that, but the majority of it would have been paid off.
Do you know if we got any money?
Off the top of my head,
No?
1025.
Okay, I would like to know, you know why? Because I want to make good news about that company so nobody hires them to do anything. And I'll be honest, because they really mess that building up. Thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing none, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Bakay.
Aye.
Mr. Colexty.
Aye.
Ms. Gregg.
Aye.
Ms. Diaz.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
And President Smith-Waddell.
Aye. That brings us to Administration Resolution Number 43, 2022. Mr. Harris.
A resolution of the Council of the City of Lancaster, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, adopting the 2022 Lancaster Intermunicipal Committee Trick or Treat Policy.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The policy that we're voting on would just bring us in line with the rest of the Lancaster Intermunicipal Committee, so a bunch of other municipalities that we are adjacent to, making the evening of trick-or-treating the night of Halloween. As instead of jumping about based on a meeting that we have every year, each calendar year. Mayor, please feel free to illuminate further.
Nothing further?
That's the matter at hand. Other council comments? Other comments from the public? No takers on Halloween? Okay. With hearing none, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Bakay.
Aye.
Mr. Colexty. Ms. Gregg.
Aye.
Ms. Diaz.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
And President Smith-Waddell.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. That brings us to Administration Resolution Number 44, 2022. Mr. Harris.
A resolution of the Council of the City of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, designating Mayor Sirachi to serve as the City of Lancaster's representative for all required forms and documents for the purpose of obtaining financial assistance for the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilor Walsh.
Thank you, Council President. The Hazard Mitigation Grant Program offers the opportunity to receive funding for two projects that Director Campbell as well as Ms. Gaddis had presented to us during the committee meeting. And the first project for which the Department of Public Works would be applying for funding is a grant in the amount of $210,000, which would help support a study to develop plans to address infrastructure problems in areas where there's recurring flooding in the city. The second project that this particular grant program would help to subsidize is another study that would look at options and solutions and technical plans to alleviate the problems of stormwater during downpours, and that grant application is in the amount of $300,000.
Questions from council? From the public? Hearing none, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Bakay.
Aye.
Ms. Gregg.
Aye.
Ms. Diaz.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
President Smith-Waddell.
Aye. Thank you, Councilor. Administration Resolution Number 45, Mr. Harris.
A resolution of the Council of the City of Lancaster approving the adoption of amendment to the Act 537 Official Sewage Facilities Plan for the City of Lancaster.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilor Craig.
Thank you, Council President. Municipalities are required to develop and implement comprehensive official plans that address sewage disposal needs now and into the future. When a new land development project is proposed, municipalities are required to revise their official plan unless the project is exempt from planning. As of November 2019, the PA Department of Environmental Protection has been more restrictive about issuing exemptions due to the city's changes with combined water sewer overflows into the Conestoga River. These modules are often submitted at early planning stages for development. Sewer modules are only disapproved under very specific conditions and upon a technical recommendation by the sewer engineer. So, prevent a hazard in water.
Council comments? From the public? Hearing none, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Arroyo.
Aye.
Ms. Baker.
Aye.
Ms. Gregg.
Aye.
Ms. Diaz.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
President Smith Waddell.
Aye. All right, that terminates our legislative agenda and brings us to our second public comment period. Open for comment about issues not on the agenda or not previously discussed. You have 3 minutes.
I just want to, I'm asking you and the mayor to meet on my issue that I have with the lead program, rather than say it public. If you agree in public, then I won't say it public. So can we meet to resolve my problem?
I understand that our team is following up with you, Mr. Acosta, and there's information that is coming your way. So I'm happy to follow up and make sure that we're addressing the concerns that you've raised. And I do appreciate that we've got several people working on this right now.
Okay, and
I'm
they
happy to-
spoke to you?
I'm happy to drop by your house again.
Okay, no, it's just the floor is falling apart.
Yeah.
Okay, so, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep, Ms. Byrd.
Yes, I was at the meeting that they had on, Thardine Bird. I was at the meeting that they had on Thursday about the CDBG money and the ESG money, and really have a concern about the fact that the city, we understand the city applies with the county together, but there is no demographics, no stats on anything as far as how that money is spent or how many people in the city. When they gave their information, they were like 920 people were served. When asked the question, how many of them were served in the city, or how many of them were even Black or Afro-American, there was no demographics to that. Now, my understanding is we're working to get that, but I think that's important because we applied as the county, and I understand we do that for administrative costs, combined municipalities to apply for money. That's understandable. But the city and city council needs to make sure that we're getting our bang for our buck, because we still have a large number of homeless people living in the city that we're not addressing, the affordable housing and all these programs and partners that we have are county partners. And we don't have partners that can actually keep data on what's being spent or what people in the city are being helped with. I know they had $2 million of CDBG money left over. You know, I look at council and I say CDBG money, community block grant money. That's for the community. We had $2 million left over. We have people coming to this podium at every council meeting talking about needs in our community, whether it's to make safer neighborhoods, whether it's the SACN Hub project, or whether it's addressing homelessness. And we had $2 million that was unspent. That's not acceptable. I mean, when council sits there and says, this block grant money came in, didn't cost us anything, and we didn't spend it, when there's definitely need within the community, that makes no sense to me. So once again, I'm telling council, we're going to hold you accountable. You can't say we're giving money here, this money's left, oh, wow, it didn't get spent. But you got 101 people coming in here with programs saying they need funds. We identify our need in our community, and you sit and you wait like the need is going to go away. Homelessness, we've been talking about it for how long? We set aside $4 million for affordable housing, and it's sitting there. But yet the number of homelessness people in the city is growing. The need for affordable housing. We're talking about R&B and whether or not we're going to have short-term rental. What about people that need long-term rental? And we're turning these houses into short-term rental. And there's money sitting there to do something about it. And council sits and says, oh, wow, the regulations say, come on, we don't buy that no more. We're reading the regulations. The book that Ivan asked for, the 49-page, Mayor Sriracha, you gave it to us. And you know what we did? We hired a financial sponsor to be able to decipher how to report that ARPA money. So that's old news. So you keep saying that and using that as an excuse. And really what you're doing is just holding back. You got to stand up. We didn't vote you in to just sit here and go along with the agenda. You had a lot of people come in here tonight and talk about the short-term rental. You know, you're representing a city. I'm not saying that it was right or it was wrong because I really didn't have time to spend a lot of time looking at it. But I know if you're really concerned, we've been coming to council talking about recovery homes to almost every single one of you council members that exist in our neighborhood, that don't have to go to zoning, that don't need no approval, but yet people are come buying these houses, making them look nice on the outside, putting 6 people in the house, and yes, it addresses parking, and yes, most of these people are from some type of rehab or on some type of probation. You know that they're there. We've been talking to you about it over and over again, and nothing's done. But we get someone come in here, and you may say, well, it's not about the color of your skin, but we just seen a lot of people come in here that came from Old Town and talk about what they liked and didn't like about the STR. And we've been coming to council saying over and over again, these recovery homes are taking over our neighborhood, and no response. Council, you got to stand up. We're not going to the polls, voting you in over and over again, and you don't stand up and represent us.
Hey, Ms. Bird, I really appreciate that comment about the recovery homes, and there is new state legislation that has recently been passed that will provide us the tool to regulate them more carefully. That is something that we're following up with our solicitor, and I hear you on those concerns. They are shared.
I'll jump in here, 2 things. So, I will say, just because it's my day job, that some of those funds are, at least ostensibly, to be reallocated toward projects from the homeless pending applications. But I am also, when we lost Chris, I am confused as someone who takes part in submitting CDBG and ESG reports to the feds for the county, why we would not, because we have to give the feds the demographic data. So I would also love to figure out what is happening there, because I think I must have missed a punch somewhere. That demographic data is somewhere, especially because the city and the county are separate entitlement communities. So anyway, we'll follow up that on a time when it's not 10 at night. Thank you. Your comment is very much appreciated, Ms. Bird. Ms. Grievous.
Good evening. As many of you know, my property was condemned shortly after I had filed a complaint with the Pennsylvania Human Relations for discrimination and bias and retaliation. I've been coming month after month, or I should say every couple weeks, addressing the same issue. It's been almost 8 months, and I'm nowhere closer now than I was when this condemnation started for minor violations that had nothing to do with the reason why the condemnation has not been lifted by now. The issue that had the reasoning for my property being condemned was on a roaded issue, which had been abated and corrected among the other small minor cosmetic repairs that the city had required me to do, and I gladly did. There is no reason why we're almost 8 months later and I'm asking to get my property back. You know, and having to go for the city to be hiring an attorney at taxpayers' cost to basically get excuses, to stonewall, find roadblocks, obstacles, reasons to delay, asking me to get a permit for items that are not even, that even need a permit. Since when do I need a permit to, to do painting, to replace linoleum, to install smoke detectors? Yet the building codes is asking for me to meet with building codes at City Hall with my contractor, asking for the balcony, why I need structural issues. There's nothing wrong with my balcony. The same thing with the roofing. They're asking me for roofing, how many layers of roofing and what kind of material I'm going to install. I'm not even replacing the roof. Why am I being required to get permits on things that are above and beyond the scope of the reasoning why my property was condemned in the first place, which is why I had asked for a third-party inspection. Here we are, 8 months later, they denied it, yet they're still stonewalling. And each permit application, which is my 5th permit, which was denied, has taken 2 months to even get a denial, not even an approval, a denial. Everybody else's permit takes less than 2 weeks. Why does mine take over 2 months and counting? 8 months. I mean, this is absurd. This is egregious. This is taking advantage. And we're talking about displacing. It displaced a family of 6. We're talking about affordable housing. Yeah, the city of Lancaster is taking housing away from its residents, not only for that property, for my other properties. I'm still, to this day, baffled why my licenses were all revoked. That would have displaced 39 of my other tenants. What is the excuse for that? What is the reasoning? And I still, to this day, do not have an answer, other than stonewalling, obstacles, delays, and excuses, and waiting for another letter from the attorney, or for more meetings. I mean, how many more meetings do I have to come to get answers? Am I asking too much after 32 years of being a landlady? This is the respect or disrespect that I get? What crime have I committed that I was locked out of my property? For a rodent issue? I didn't commit a crime, yet I'm being treated like a criminal. My property was basically locked. I've been locked out of my property, and it wasn't until last week that finally only the back door, the locks have been taken out along with the brackets. Yet the front door is still locked. They removed the back door locks, but not the front ones. I'm like, how many more hoops and obstacles do I have to go through? And how many more times I have to ask the same question? Is there any answer, especially for the mayor? I mean, I guess this is in the mayor's hands.
Ms. Grievous, we have spent countless hours, staff time, walking you through processes, and you have failed to comply at every turn.
Can you
And
tell me
that, I am not finished. This is the final word I'm having on this. Your attorney is representing you in a legal dispute because we have deemed your housing as being not compatible with human habitation. And there is documented evidence of this, and you come before these elected leaders when you have a lot of responsibility. I am done having this conversation with you.
The problem was correcting Ms. Mayor.
Ms.
Ms.
Grievous.
Mayor,
Okay,
the problem
no,
was-
both of you.
We are
Thank you.
8 months later. This problem was resolved from day one. Actually, the first week, but I was denied due process. I mean, this is the United States of America. A person is not found guilty before they have a chance to be proven innocent. Yet they're stonewalling and coming up with reason and excuses to hold my property hostage. That is not acceptable.
Thank you, Ms.
It's
Grievous.
uninhabitable. The problem was taken care of back 8 months ago, should I be exact. What is the city's reasoning right now? Not 8 months ago, but right now.
Thank you, Ms. Grievous.
No, I would like an answer.
I think you've been given the answer you're going to get, and I think that you've plied this particular issue with, among others, the Human Relations Commission
I have.
of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
Yes.
and they have rendered a decision. I am
No,
not,
It's pending, actually.
okay,
It's pending, but that has nothing to do with why I didn't get my property back. The problem was solved 8 months ago.
I am not better equipped to answer that question than Mr. Handwerger, or I suppose Mr. Delfs. And just as a matter of course, I'm looking here at it, and this letter indicates that the issue with the Human Relations Commission is not pending, but was indeed closed. And this
No.
was sent to, I really don't want to read your personal business aloud in
It was
front of council.
appealed, and it's pending appeal.
Okay.
And there's,
And that is the avenue through which this is pursued.
But
Ms.
that has-
Grievous, I can't do anything else for you. I simply can't.
but what does that have to do with holding my property hostage on a problem that was already taken care of, abated, and corrected? What does that have to do with anything at this stage of where we're at now? That was from day one. Day one is over and past. We're talking about today. Why has it taken 8 months for an issue that was taken care of back in September? We're now into May, and I'm no further ahead now than I was back then.
I'm simply not equipped to answer this question better
Well,
than
who
Mr.
is? I would
Handwerker.
like to know
Better
who.
than Mr. Handwerker or Ms. Geiser.
And they
Those are-
have basically ignored. I don't get any answers from anybody other than stonewalling and excuses and
I have a
more
fair amount
excuses.
of legal documentation going back and forth indicating that there's been communication.
Inconsistencies, which is why I have asked for third-party inspections that go above and beyond the initial reasoning for condemning my property.
Ms. Grievous, how to put this? I am not the city executive.
Okay.
As you well know,
somebody
Ms.
has to
Grievous,
be.
please let me finish the sentence. Thank you. I'm not the city executive. The mayor is, and I don't have the authority, though I well think I have read all of the documentation that you have provided me multiple times. I have asked questions of Ms. Geiser, of Director Delfs, of Mr. Handwerker. And my understanding is that at this point in time, because I don't have the authority to direct the mayor to the bathroom, hey, for what it's worth, if you're arbitrarily holding up permits on Ms. Grievous's property, please stop doing so arbitrarily. I think that's unfair if that is indeed what is happening. But that is the, hold on, that is the extent of the authority that I have. If you would like to appeal the decision beyond that, there is the Commonwealth Court and there is the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission, but I can't give you any relief that they would not grant. I'm simply not capable of doing that. And in fact, regardless of what any other council member might tell you, they can't either. Thank you, ma'am.
This is not a legal issue. The problem is we're beyond that. What is the reasoning for holding on my property 8 months later when the issue was corrected? I don't understand. Maybe perhaps somebody, Mr. Delps or Ms. Geiser could explain that. The problem had been solved. Why am I still standing here asking to get my property back after 8 months? On issues that go above and beyond the scope of condemnation. I mean, I welcome anybody to come to the property, which is why I had asked for third-party inspections, because there's vested interest, there is obviously financial gain here, and I'm not part of it.
Thank you, Ms. Grievous.
And I would like to provide.
I will take it again. Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Good evening, Reverend.
Good evening. Willie Shelter on the block of South Marshall Street. I just came tonight on behalf of Ms. Grievous. She had contacted me as a business owner in the city for over 40 years in the sanitation department, hauling, cleaning our basement, going into people's houses, cleaning them out. So she asked me to come and take a walk through her house last Saturday. And I can truly say that compared to our house, there's some cosmetic work needs done. But I see no reason for our house to be condemned, for the cosmetic work to be done. There are many homes in this city that I could point out a name that should be condemned, and yet not. And it's just disheartening to see someone who's struggling and want to do the right thing, but yet are being completely handicapped. And I would just ask council, even the mayor, whatever the situation is, whatever the problem is, it is not right. And somebody need to really take issue to that and make sure that she get the permit so that she can put her house back on the market and rent it out. We talk about shortage of homes, and here's a person that really trying to take their house and do whatever needed to be done, but yet she cannot because of someone, for some reason, will not allow her to do it. And like I say, I can point out many houses in the city, many, that could be condemned. And I walked through a house thoroughly last Saturday. I spent 2 hours, and there is nothing, no reason whatsoever that the city should be handicapping her at this junction. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. I'll say for what it's worth, I haven't been inside, but I have been to Ms. Grievous' home, and it externally looks like a home that should be providing housing for folks in the city of Lancaster. So whatever it takes to get there, I hope we get there, but I don't have any other information to give on that front. Mayor, it's your turn. I'm sorry. We go now to the report of the mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to forgo this evening just in the light of what hour it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors?
Just one small comment, President.
Please.
Darlene, in regards to the homeless, I know that the city does spend money, that you were questioning for them to stay at hotels. Now, obviously, that's just the Band-Aid. That's not really fixing the issue. And some of the hotels have actually contacted me and complained that they don't want to be in the program. So looking forward to the future, I'm hoping to see that they start using and allocating that money to provide homes where the homeless could stay versus putting them back in hotels, and then in the spring and summer, they're back out in Benz Park. That's all I have.
Mayor, are you aware of any ESG funds or CDBG funds that are spent from the city to support the hotel programming?
I know that in the height of COVID, we received supplemental funds that were being appropriated for the establishment of a new day center and expansion of shelter beds in the city. I cannot recall the details of the other funds that we used over and above as part of the special CARES Act supplemental funds. And at this late hour, I'm afraid that if I keep talking, I'm only going to confuse it further. I'd be happy to follow up with you and members of council to delineate the funds that we received as supplemental funds, supplemental ESG, and supplemental CDBG funds that were specific to COVID response. I know that it was hundreds of thousands of dollars that were allocated to support homelessness services, and that the city's ongoing ESG allocation is shockingly much, much less. And so we had those funds, they've been appropriated for the use during the COVID pandemic, and they are likely not to be seen in that amount ever again.
Yeah, the only reason I mentioned that is because I'm under the distinct impression that the overwhelming majority, if not the totality, of funds currently providing for hotel stays for folks actually come through the county, mostly through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program as designated by the feds, and can't be used to build homes. But yeah, we should build more homes for people. I'm going to forego my report for the evening. I'll hear a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Reverends, please don't leave, both of you.
Yes, and we will be back on you guys are gonna be beautiful. Yeah, we're having a forum. But, but we only have, I think it was only like 6 people that we regularly. So we invited them, and then of course that's our board meeting, so some of our board members may be there. But it's not something that's publicized to the